back to high school sports.
Fans, I'm IHSA Commissioner Paul Knighty, and I just want to say, welcome back.
This is game time. This is Indiana high school sports. This is your IHSAA.
Hey, Indiana. Let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, it's not a game.
Insulting referees, it's not a game.
Threatening officials, it's not a game.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes, it's not a game.
Violent language in the stands, it's not a game.
Verbal abuse from the sideline, it's not a game.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot, it's not a game.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Rose-Hulman Institute of Technologies. We bring you HCAC softball here on RHIT.TV. This afternoon, our doubleheader action. It's Mount St. Joseph coming in at 25-7 overall. They are 11-1 in the HCAC. They've won their last four. The Fighting Engineers of Rose-Hulman entering this first contest at 17-13 on the season, 9-7 in the HCAC. Tonight's games are being brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment, the leading equipment dealer since 1955. Boilermaker Local 374, representing highly skilled workers in field construction and metal fabrication in Indiana. Wheeler Mission, a pillar in the Indianapolis community for over 131 years. Bertner Electric, your trusted electrician partner since 1986. The Morales Group, they're in business to create a better future for you and your family. Piper Logistics, your trusted logistics partners since 1994. Aspen Creek Grill, the largest selection of great food made from scratch and very affordable. And the IndianaSRN sports page, daily sports coverage border to border and coast to coast. Go to IndianaSRN.org and click on the sports page tab. We have a doubleheader for you here tonight. All indications are this should be a good one between these two teams, and I know that when you look at this Mount St. Joseph team, they are a team that can really hit. And when Rose-Hulman being at home the way they are, they're very tough here at home as well.
We're talking about an MSJ team at the top of the conference, right? We are less than a week until the conference tournament, only a handful of games left here in the regular season. So you're looking at, right now, statistically, the top team in the conference coming here into Terre Haute, where Rose-Hulman really needs to get a couple wins. They are 5th in the conference. The top 6 move on to the tournament, so they really cannot afford. I mean, a couple losses here could end the season, so you really want to make sure you get a win, maybe 2, see what you can't do, build some momentum heading into the tournament next week. And, I mean, of course, that's next Thursday is when that starts, so you really want to make sure this weekend goes well for both of these teams.
Now, here in a moment, it is senior night here for Rose-Hulman. They're going to honor the 2 seniors on the team. We will break for that coming up here in a little bit. Now, one worry we might have tonight is will we get rain, and we're hoping that's going to stay away here this evening. If it does, we'll get the doubleheader in. Let's do this first, though. Here are the standings going into tonight's action. Mount St. Joseph is 11-1, Transylvania 10-2, so they're 1 game separation.
And they play each
there.
other on Monday, too.
They play each other on Monday, so we have to actually extend the weekend into Monday. Earlham is 9-5. Franklin is 10-6, Rose-Hulman 9-7, Manchester 8-8, Anderson at 7-7, and Hanover 7-9. So 8 out of the 10 teams have a chance not only to move themselves around in the standings, but we still don't know who the number 1 team is going to be as of yet.
Yep, and I'll tell you what, with MSJ, they play Earlham on Sunday. So obviously they've got these games against Rose-Hulman tonight. Then they've got another tough against the top 3 team in the conference on Sunday. And then they play Transy, who's nipping at the bud on Monday. So this by no means is a final representation of what the standings are going to look like here in just a handful of days. This whole thing could be flipped on its head. And for Rose-Hulman, right there kind of near the bubble, you want to make sure you can at least get a win here and secure your spot.
When you look at the lineup there for Mount St. Joseph, and I think that I'm looking at a video game here because they hit so well as a team. They're at 373. That's unheard of.
I mean, Shelby Rakowski, we're going to talk about her plenty today, the third baseman, leading the conference in the majority of the big hitting categories. In fact, as a team, this squad leading the conference in the majority of the big categories. So that is really going to be key to see how the pitching for Rose-Hulman shows up. I mean, Aubrey Smith, the team's probably best pitcher, is going to be out there for game 1. Can she kind of work through this lineup and prevent some of these big hitters? Because even when you just look at the home run statistics, this lineup has ladies with multiple home runs later down into the lineup. I mean, they can hit the ball absolutely well. Like you mentioned, they all hit very well for average into the mid-300s. So it is a very talented lineup. A lot of these ladies are among the best in the conference, and that's why MSJ number 1 right now in the standings.
All right, let's take a look at it again. You mentioned Aubrey Smith. We have seen her throw already this year. Her numbers are very good. She's 6-6 with an ERA 3.47. What is your take on this one tonight? When you see that lineup again and Mount St. Joseph as good as they are, what does she have to do to make sure that she holds them in check?
Well, you and I were sitting in this same chair a week ago when she was out there in the circle, and she just pitched a beautiful game, ended up winning that one, and she was, the big reason why obviously the bats were able to get going. But when she is on, she's as good as anybody in the conference, so it's going to be key. I mean, you see 6-6, that means there's also 6 losses out there, so she's not always 100% on her game. So if she can keep these run totals low, don't allow anything to go over the fence. See if you can just hit for contact, let your defense take care of things. She's not a huge strikeout pitcher. Just get out there and let your defense take care of things. See if you can't pitch a complete game in the first doubleheader and see what happens for the second.
Game 1, Claire Lopman will be going for Mount St. Joseph, and you'd mentioned that when we were on our way over here. She's actually the number 2 pitcher. Now, she's only had 1 start this year, so is that kind of a gamble that they throw Lopman in this first game?
Interesting to see how this goes because, just 1 start, although she's seen 13 appearances. She's more of a reliever. Her ERA is insane. 2.84. I mean, that's disgusting. She is such a great pitcher, but she hasn't been in this situation more than just the 1 time this year. So we'll see what happens when you get through the order a second time. I'd be willing to bet she hasn't seen these ladies a second time through very often, being a reliever. So a 5-2 record. She's been good when she's come in, but very curious to see what happens there because it's not often you see the reliever start the game in the first of a doubleheader. And but I mean, she's shown she's plenty capable, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is just, hey, we have the tournament in a week. If we need a spot starter to come in, I mean, there's going to be times where you're playing 2, 3, 4 games in a couple-day span. So this is just something. Let's just see what she can do in that starting position. But if her stats and her season so far is any indication, she'll be just fine.
And there is a strategy to this. If you end up losing game one, that is why basically then you have the ace in game two.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's what we saw last week, leading with their ace, leading with Smith the way that Rose Holman did. They got the first game, and then they split the doubleheader in the one that you and I sat here with because their opponent waited, put their ace on the mound for the second game in the circle for the second game, and it worked out to their advantage splitting it. So that is another advantage, exactly.
So a lot on the line in game one, and then we'll see how things will play out in game two with everything so close again in the standings. You want to win the conference. Now you can host. Now it's different in baseball. We all go to Kokomo for baseball, but in softball, you get a chance to host the tournament, and that's big.
Yeah, and that is huge for MSJ, Transy. I mean, there's an outside shot. I don't think Earlham has been eliminated from that one seed yet, so absolutely. This is something, these next couple games are huge.
Time for the senior recognition. Let's go downstairs.
Haley's a chemical engineering major and is joined by her mom and dad, Ron and Jamie Hoffman. Haley has appeared in 105 games as a fighting engineer with 26 hits, 16 runs scored, and 11 RBIs. Haley's plans for after graduation are to work as a paint engineer at Toyota Motor Manufacturing in Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, Haley Hoffman. Our next senior is number 22, Phoebe Wurstel. Phoebe is a chemical engineering major and is accompanied by her mom and dad, Jennifer and Hank Wurstel. Phoebe has appeared in 131 games, totaling 122 hits, 61 runs scored, 14 home runs, and 75 RBIs. She has also totaled a record of 25-29 in the circle with 317 innings pitched at 255 strikeouts. Phoebe currently ranks 4th in the school record books in career home runs, 4th in RBIs, 3rd in pitching appearances, 3rd in strikeouts, and 2nd in shutouts. Her plans for after graduation are to work as a rotational product development engineer at Caterpillar Inc. in Peoria, Illinois. Ladies and gentlemen, Phoebe Wurstel. Let's give one more round of applause for our Rose Holman softball seniors.
All right, there are the two seniors, Haley Hoffman and Phoebe Wurstel, being honored here before our doubleheader. We will come back in a couple of moments, get this one underway. Game one here on RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose Holman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Back here once again at Rose Holman as we get set for tonight's doubleheader action. Don't forget we also have baseball action on our family of networks in RHIT.TV. We're down to the final weekend. Some of those things will pour into Monday a little bit, but we will know by Thursday exactly what is happening. We'll know before Thursday. Of course, we'll be up in Kokomo for 4 games on Thursday, 4 more games on Friday, and then we'll take it into Saturday as well, so it'll be a busy time here in the next week or so. The captains will be meeting here in a couple of moments. The coaches will be meeting as well, and we will get this one underway, game one, here between Mount St. Joseph and Rose-Hulman. From a series standpoint, it has been all Mount St. Joseph over the last few games. And just to give you kind of an idea of where it sets right now in this series, Mount St. Joe leads the series 23-11. They've won 17 straight.
Goodness.
Yeah, the last time that Rose-Hulman won, you have to go back to January, February, March, April of 2015. In fact, it was the 27th of April. It was a 6-2 win. That has been a long, long time, and I'm sure that the Fighting Engineers would love to snap that streak here tonight.
And I'll tell you what, Brian Shearer, the head coach of Rose-Hulman, he's been here for 23 years. So he's been here through that entire run. You know, he's telling his girls, guys, listen, we can never beat this team. Why don't we change that here? Why don't we start our own streak? And maybe 17 years from now, the announcers will be saying these crazy statistics about us.
By the way, during that time, Rose-Hulman has averaged only 2.68 runs per game, so it isn't necessarily been a time where they've been able to hit the ball either. Maybe they've really gotten good pitching, but they just can't find a way to seem, at least in those 17 games, to get some runs.
You know, and that's something we talked about at the top of the broadcast, is the pitching needs to be on point for Rose-Hulman, but that's an underrated aspect. We need to see these bats moving. In the second game of the doubleheader that you and I sat here for a week ago, there was hardly any offense. I mean, they got shut out. So that's really, even when you have a good pitching matchup going, you need to make sure you can get some runners on base. Eventually that's going to lead to some runners crossing home plate and some runs up on the board.
You had mentioned, of course, some of the games that are coming up. And, again, with us being here with Transy playing Earlham in this weekend series, that'll be a fun one to watch. You also have Franklin on the road at Bluffton. Franklin should go over there and get a couple of wins there, maybe even sweep that series. But we were here the last time in Bluffton, ended up knocking off Earlham in that first game. So you
never know. You never know what's going to happen. I mean, Bluffton, who's already been eliminated from postseason contention, they're still out there trying hard. They're not packing it in. They're not mailing it in. So, yeah, to your point, you never know what's going to happen. And how about this schedule this weekend? I mean, they put all the top teams against each other. It's going to make for a lot of fun heading into the tournament next week.
Yeah, Manchester, by the way, with them being at home against Berea, who has not won a game of the conference this year. You look at that, if you're Rose or you're Franklin, even Earlham, and you're thinking, well, I tell you what, unless Berea comes up with something big, Manchester conceivably could have 11 wins here by the end of the weekend, and that kind of puts them perhaps in the top couple of spots.
And that's a big reason why, Rose-Hulman, you need to find a way, at least get a game here of these next two, because if you lose both, you're 9-9 in the conference. Your regular season's over. This is the last game they have scheduled. Then all of a sudden you have a chance that some teams can jump up and jump ahead of you.
By the way, Mount St. Joseph is 7-5 on the road this season. Rose-Hulman is 8-2 at home. We'll see if that makes a difference here today as well, but we'll keep an eye on both these pitchers and how deep will they go this evening. And I'm almost sure you can think about maybe pulling the string on one of them if they aren't successful early in the game, and then just try to bring your bullpen in and they get those bats going. But I can't imagine you're going to let the starter go very long if they're not really very successful early.
Yeah, especially for Rose-Hulman. I think MSJ would be more willing to, just because they have so many games coming up this weekend. I mean, it's going to be 6 games in 4 days for the squad, and then you get a couple days off before you head into the tournament. But for Rose-Hulman, I mean, we talked about the importance of taking a game or two here today. It's not quite the postseason where you're as desperate as it gets, and you allow one run and all of a sudden you're yanking your pitcher. But to your point, it might not be a bad idea if some things start to go haywire. Pull your starter, let the bullpen come in. Maybe the starter can start game 2 or can come back in later in the game once she kind of has her bearings to her. But it's not quite the desperation time. But I think you're right. We are going to see a little bit more movement there in the dugout than maybe we would 3 weeks ago.
You and I will be here tomorrow for the baseball game, and I know we'll have a doubleheader tomorrow as well. And you look at the baseball standings, they're just as –
who knows?
You're
flipping a coin,
right?
Yeah, absolutely. You're just flipping a coin and seeing what's going to happen. So you want to talk about some intrigue. and the diamond behind us, and then tomorrow as well. I mean, come on, it's as exciting as it gets.
It's always fun to get this time of the year when everybody's fighting for a spot in that tournament, and not just fighting for a spot, but they're hoping to get a very good seed going into the tournament as well. Let's go ahead and go to our public address announcer for today's starting lineups.
First, left field, number 1, Macy Cornelius. Batting second, center fielder, number 7, Emily McDonald. Batting third baseman, number 22, Shelby Rakowski. Batting fourth, designated player, number 25, Lauren Miller. Batting fifth, catcher, number 35, McKinley Lawson. Batting sixth, right fielder, number 4, Maddie Kennedy. Batting seventh, first baseman, number 15, Sydney Eubanks. Batting eighth, shortstop, number 12, Avery Wiltermuth. Batting ninth, second baseman, number 10, Elena Flynn. In the flex position, pitcher, number 19, Claire Lopeman. And now, let's meet the starting lineup for your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineer. Batting first, catcher number 3, Jessica Newsom. Batting second, pitcher number 1, Aubrey Smith. Batting third baseman number 22, Phoebe Wurstel. Batting fourth, second baseman number 2, Caitlin Sarvis. Batting fifth, shortstop number 21, Emily Hodges. Batting sixth, first base number 25, Kayla Schnippel. Batting seventh, left fielder number 7, Caledonia Coleman. Batting eighth, the designated player number 6, Gabriella Ezel. Batting ninth, center fielder number 18, Lucille Pierce. And in the flex position, right fielder number 5, Haley Hoffman.
All right, there are your starters. When we come back, Nathaniel will have our first couple of innings from Rose-Hulman. It'll be Mount St. Joseph and Rose-Hulman next here on RHIT.TV.
At this time, fans, we ask that you please direct your attention to the field for the presentation of our nation's.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
575 of them from 40 states and 19 countries, with a record-breaking number of applications. Did you forget about Rose's outstanding class of 2023 and how 99% of the graduates have landed a position in their dream fields, graduate school, or the military?
The renovations to Munch Hall are finally complete, so I'm sure he'll have plenty to eat at the updated Munch Cafe by the new Living Mall.
We just broke ground on a new residence hall that will be ready for fall 2025.
We celebrated a record-breaking homecoming with more than 2,000 alumni, students, and friends commemorating the 100th anniversary of the bonfire with our first ever drone show. We also welcomed 267 employers for our fall career fair. And perhaps the greatest gift of all, the Wall Street Journal named us to one of the top 20 best colleges in America, and U.S. News & World Report named us the #1 undergraduate engineering college. You can be a little old for a lot of things, but you're never too old or too far away for Rose-Hulman. 2023 was a year of adventurous journeys, of coming together, of growth. No matter how far away you roam this holiday season, you will never be truly alone as long as Rose is your home.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Welcome back to Rose Holman. Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darengowski. A doubleheader for you in softball. It is, as you saw, the Mount St. Joseph Lions leading the HCAC with just 6 days to go until the conference tournament and beyond. And Rose Holman here, who have split the last 3 series. I think they're looking to at least split today. I think would be a good goal against the top team in the conference. And if not, maybe take a couple of these, steal a couple games at home.
Yeah, again, anytime you play at home, you want to win them all. If you get on the road, you're trying to split. But tonight, again, there's a lot on the line here in both these games, and we'll try to keep an eye on some of the other games, and hopefully all the rain will stay away in all of these venues, because you don't want to have to go into early next week or maybe even to Tuesday and then turn around and try to get yourself ready for tournament play on Thursday. So there's so much riding on the line that every little mistake will be accentuated here. Big plays will be accentuated, and pitching, as we talked about a little bit ago, it's going to be a huge key.
Well, it's the only 2 games taking place across the conference tonight. It's because both these teams have tomorrow off. Of course, we mentioned it, MSJ, they play Earlham on Sunday, and then that rain makeup against Transylvania, which is going to be one heck of a series on Monday. Those teams were supposed to play last night, so I think Rose Holman kind of went in thinking, okay, we'll get this team on the second day of a back-to-back. Not quite the case, well rested, and here they are ready to compete twice today.
Want to remind you that today's broadcast is a copyright production of not only IndianaSRN, but RHIT.TV, and a use of audio or video without the express written permission of both those entities is strictly prohibited.
Batting first for MSJ, Macy Cornelius. She's from Whiteland, Indiana. And boy, can she hit the ball. .375 her batting average, 42 hits. She's an all-conference player. And she tosses a little barrel at the first one. We've got our first strike via the foul ball. Aubrey Smith in the circle. 3.47's her ERA. 6-6 the record. Leads the team in innings pitched. She has 56 strikeouts. She's pitched 8 complete games. I think that's the goal today, as we get a healthy swing and an 0-2 count. And like I mentioned in our pregame show, Troy, we saw them play Manchester here a week ago, and Smith had a fantastic day. This one swung on and sent into the gap, making chase. Oh, but unable to make the catch. Hodges went after it from her shortstop position, bounces off the end of her glove. That certainly was a tough play to make in the gap between 3 ladies, but now we have our first runner on base, and that's Cornelius.
We talked about that a little bit ago, that the mistakes that you make, will they come back and bite you? And in fact, when you look at some of the games we have done, the walks, the errors, always have a tendency to come back and get you at some point.
Trying to steal second, and she's able to do so successfully. Cornelius slides and is up on her feet after the throw, a little bit off target, obviously showing the speed and why Cornelius gets to lead things off.
Coming into this one, it's a team that has run quite a bit this year, 82 stolen bases.
The throw in the dirt made Cornelius think about heading to third, and that's why Newsom went and sent it over there anyway.
They are number 2 in the conference. Of course, Transylvania way in front, 142 steals.
The changeup gets a healthy swing from Emily McDonald, who's from Cecina, by the way, in Indianapolis. So she probably enjoys these trips every now and then with the 1-2 count. To put her down, and they do. 2 straight changeups to perfection for Smith.
Great pitch right there. Down in the zone, a little bit low to the inside. And again, when you throw that off-speed pitch, the idea is to keep players like McDonald, a 400 hitter, keep her off balance.
First pitch there a little low. When you talk about the best hitters on this roster, it starts with Shelby Rakowski. She is such a fantastic player. Leads the conference in batting average, hits, RBIs, triples, and she sends this one right back to Smith. You get the routine 1-3 put out, and 2 outs now, but the runner moves. That's Cornelius over to third.
Yeah, it's a big out right there, especially nothing hurt with the runner down at second base, able to get a 429 hitter to ground it back to your pitcher is big when you think about what might have happened if she's able to certainly hit the way we know she can.
Now Lauren Miller, the lefty, steps into the plate. This will be the first left-hander that Smith will face today. And she takes a full swing and not even close.
Well, when you look at hitters like this and you had 4 home runs at the number 3 hole, 4 home runs at the number 4, you just give them a lot of off speed.
And we talked about that in the pregame show. So many of these hitters have multiple home runs. As she takes an identical pitch, an identical swing, same result, it's 0-2.
Yeah, power hitters do not like off-speed pitches at all.
No, they do not.
They want a fastball right down the pipe if they can get one.
Miller, a .369 hitter this year. She's got 24 hits, and 4 of them went over the fence. This one will not. Schnippel makes the play, scoops it, and steps on the bang. So no harm after the first half of the inning. We head to the bottom after this. RHIT.TV.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Scoreless through half an inning. Now the bats of Rose Holman will give it a go. Starting Jessica Newsom at the top of the lineup card. She's an all-conference player. .385 her batting average, but she faces a pitcher that in short stints this year has been fantastic. She's only started 1 game, though. We've talked about Miss Lopeman, and I'm curious to see how she performs today.
Well, she is actually from the Richmond area, so she too from the state of Indiana, very familiar with her and her ability, what she was able to do in high school. I'm kind of like you. I'll be curious seeing only her second start of the entire season, and this is a big stage right now for a team that's trying to get that number 1 seed. But they wouldn't throw her out there if they didn't have the entire confidence in her, whether she's a starter or in relief.
And when we've talked about that ERA, 2.84 is just disgusting. This game is brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, the leading farm equipment dealer in Indiana. Call 317-849-0810. And into the circle, into the box comes Jessica Newsom. We'll see what the team sketcher can do as the leadoff. To get the bat started for Rose Holman, we'll have to wait a pitch. She didn't swing.
You have to look back at that top half of the first inning after that error, and then the way that Rose Holman was able to get out of that inning with no damage done. I think it's got to be a huge confidence lift for this team right now.
Takes a big swing at this one, sends it shallow right field, and making the catch routine is Kennedy.
You know, Lopeman is a right-handed pitcher, but watch her delivery. She goes down to that one knee, brings it back up. It's very unusual to see that, but it's something I'm sure was instilled very early in her pitching career, and it gives the hitters kind of something to look at as well that's much different.
Next one swung on immediately. That's Aubrey Smith, the pitcher. She's also a fantastic hitter, probably the team's best. So, you know, you're pretty good at softball when you're the best in the circle and you're the best in the batter's box for your team.
Yeah, no doubt about it. All around good players. You mentioned over 400, a hitter that can hit with power of 5 this year, so very dangerous in the number 2 hole.
Leads the conference with 5 home runs, tied for first. She watches the second one go by, so the count is even.
I know Lopeman plays a lot of club softball during the off season. I don't think that I ever remember a time that she's taken time off, so it's kind of a year-round thing for her.
This one lands into the zone. Almost looked a little bit higher than the last pitch, but he calls it a strike, so 1-2's the count.
Now remember, she's also just a freshman. So
pretty impressive.
Yeah, very impressive first year for her.
So that's why you wonder, typically a reliever, maybe now is the time where they say, hey, it's your time to become a starter. Let's throw you out there now. We'll see what you have. And maybe she can become the premier starter moving forward. Smith with a 2-2 count will swing at it and send it foul.
Well, her strikeout numbers are not big, only 16 strikeouts in the 44 and a third innings, but 16 walks as well. So I'm sure that at some point it's always a little bit different pitching at the collegiate level than it is at high school. So that'll be something she'll work on, I'm sure, in the future to get those strikeouts much ahead of those walks.
Boy, and that one was another close one. She's putting him right around the zone. How about the plate discipline from Rose Holman's pitcher, Aubrey Smith, to leave that one? And we have a full count. Lopman winds up for the payoff pitch, and it is a walk.
Well, that's what we talked about a little bit ago. And again, when you're a young pitcher like this, a lot of times you try to be too fine at times. Attack the hitter is probably the best thing to do. But she still might be a little bit nervous this early in the game with her second start of the year. But now you're going to get in the meat of that order. We'll see how she responds.
And now it's the third baseman who watches the first pitch go out of the zone, Phoebe Warstall. One of the team's two seniors recognized today on Senior Day. .386 her batting average, 39 hits. She's had a fantastic season. And she's obviously one of the ladies. This is going to be her last couple of weeks of playing collegiate softball. So she's hoping to end it on a high note.
And for Lopman, just trying to find that strike zone at this stage is going to be her key. Make sure you don't give up a big inning is really probably something on the coaching staff's mind. Just give yourself a chance to win late in the game.
That one found the zone right down the middle. Nodding her head yes was Warstall. Maybe thought she should have swung at that one, but acknowledged that it was indeed a strike.
Well, and as a hitter, if that pitcher's struggling, I'm not swinging until she starts throwing strikes.
Especially with how tight we've seen the zone called here. I'm sure that Lopman was kind of hoping she would have a little bit more leeway, but we've seen a lot more balls called than strikes, and right now the count is even.
Well, it looked like maybe Warstall was trying to take it to the right side because the runner, Smith, at first base, got a really good jump and trying to hit behind the runner and maybe advance the runner to third to make it first and third with just one out. That's why she was a little bit late on the swing.
She steps back into the box with the 2-2 count. We have 2 runners on today and still awaiting our first hit. Reached on an error that's in the top half, and then obviously Smith was just walked, and we get a double play there. How about that, masterfully making the catch and tagging the bag? Not much Smith could have done there, and we head to the second inning here from Rose Holman.
They say nice guys don't finish first, so maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
This game is brought to you by the Morales Group, in business to create a better future for you, your family, and the community. Call 317-472-7600. Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darengowski, MSJ against Rose Holman. And right now the Engineers at home out in the field for the top half of the second. Big swing, and there's the game's first hit. With the knock, McKinley Lawson.
First pitch swinging, too, expecting a fastball. Didn't want to see the breaking pitches that the first 4 hitters saw. So you generally, they say the first pitch you're going to see is going to be the best one, and Lawson took advantage of it.
417 is her batting average. She's going to increase it there. She just does that pretty often. She just finds the gaps and just hits singles left and right. Now Maddie Kennedy will try to do the same with the leadoff man on base. This is a bunt that goes foul.
But we talked a little bit during the break about Rose Holman trying to manufacture maybe some runs early. You got a player on, trying to get her down to second base, and unfortunately hit into a double play. And it looks like, at least for Mount St. Joe, trying to perhaps do the same thing here. Lawson is not a speedster by any means. There's another bunt, but you want to get her in scoring position, because after that you still have, 364, 359, and 345 at the bottom of the order.
Does that sound good? How's that for the bottom of the order? I mean, this team is loaded with hitters.
Doesn't seem quite right, does it?
Yeah, absolutely. And now Kennedy's going to have to hit, because Maddie Kennedy just showed her barrel twice, went foul both times. She's going to have to take full swings. She does so here. Double play opportunity, but instead we'll just get the leadoff runner out. So Lawson heads back to the dugout. Kennedy with a fielder's choice.
Well, that was a nice job there by your pitcher, Smith, able to throw a pitch that Kennedy really couldn't do much with other than ground out. So right now, Smith pitching with a lot of confidence.
Sydney Hubanks plays first base, and she watches the first one go by. Strike one. And we talked about the bottom of this lineup. She's one of those with a mid-300 batting average. She's 364, 20 hits on the year. She's been an impressive hitter, and it's a luxury to have at the bottom of your lineup the way this team does. Swings this one into the net, so all of a sudden down in the count.
This is a team, slugging percentage, they're number one in the conference. Their on-base percentage, they're number one there. Hitting, they're number one in runs scoring, number one in total bases. So Smith knew coming in she had quite a task ahead of her.
Pretty impressive how many categories they lead, or in second, like you just ripped off, as this one goes foul. Harmless. Both Newsom and Schnippel gave chase. Neither could get to it, so we'll remain 0-2.
Well, there's no doubt about it, though, Nathan. You just can't make mistakes against them. And when you have 9 hitters that are well over 300, pitching coaches at this stage are probably having some nightmares.
And she retires her first batter, or rather second, via the strikeout. Smith feeling it early. Now with 2 outs and just 1 runner on.
And what was the pitch? Another off-speed pitch. And right now, Mount St. Joseph high in the box, all their hitters are, and they're unable to lay off that thing. And unfortunately, if you're Mount St. Joseph, they just have not caught up to that yet.
Avery Wiltermude now steps into the box. She plays shortstop. 3.59 her batting average, and she has 2 outs as she steps in here.
Well, apparently the scouting report for Smith and Rose Holman is try to throw as many breaking pitches as possible.
Absolutely. Here's the 1-1. It's in the dirt, and that will advance the runner into scoring position as Kennedy safely makes her way without any worry to second base following the wild pitch.
Well, in the first inning, you had the error on the shortstop, didn't come back to hurt them. You've got 2 outs here. Now the idea is just go after the hitter. Don't worry about the runner down at second.
That one framed a little high, so the 3-1 count. To your point, that error to lead things off nearly hurt Rose Holman, but they got away without it. So, you're not as worried with the runner on second, but somehow she gets over to third, and you're worried a little bit more as this one finds the bottom of the zone. It's a full count.
Yeah, nice pitch low and inside. Really not much that the hitter could do with that ball other than ground out. So going to try to get another one across the plate here.
This one swung on, sent to the third baseman, and it is a routine ground out. Warstall to Schnippel. To the bottom of the second we go. RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Maybe a little unconventional, but last time the Gray hitters were up, it was a 1-2-3 inning for Lopeman, the pitcher. We'll see if she can do it again. Sarvis, that is Caitlin Sarvis, will start things off for Rose-Hulman. After a double play, retired this team without any hits in the first inning. We'll see what they can do here in the second. You get a good look there of Lopeman. Typically been a reliever this year. This one gets through for a hit, assuming that she can leg it out. Boy, that was a lot closer than I thought it would be. But reaching barely with the single is Caitlin Sarvis.
One thing for sure, Nathaniel, if you're going to hit to right field, and you know that right fielder will be charging in on a ball like that, as hard as hit as it was, you better
hustle.
Hustle down to first base.
Nearly thrown out by the right fielder in Kennedy. Pretty impressive. Sarvis made it there. Now the leadoff runner on for the Fighting Engineers. Here's a bunt attempt laid down perfectly and advances the runner over. Sarvis on second. Emily Hodges with the sacrifice bunt.
Excellent bunt. In fact, you couldn't get much better than that, the way that ball was laid out pretty much in front of the plate, and it just died right there, so executed perfectly.
Sarvis to scoring position. Now up comes Kayla Schnippel. She plays first base, and she awaits this pitch. Watches it go by. Maybe should have swung. 0-1 the count here. And now you wonder what's the strategy with a runner on second and just an out.
Well, I'll tell you what, anything you see that's hittable, I'd say drive it as hard as you possibly can. Because, again, these may not be very many opportunities in this game.
That one driven well, but it lands foul, so 0-2 now the count. Certainly would have been nice if that landed in. You could have had a chance at a play at home. Because to your point, she put a lot behind that one, and she did drive it pretty hard. 0-2 the count.
Well, we did talk about the little things that need to be done to win games, big games like this, and here's an opportunity right now for Schnippel to deliver, get that base hit, perhaps give you that early 1-0 lead, and give your pitcher some more confidence in the next half inning.
360 her batting average as she swings at this one, and a double play opportunity and another one. For the second time today, the Lions convert on a line-out double play, and we head to the third inning now scoreless.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt, insulting referees,
threatening officials,
berating young umpires, learning the ropes,
violent language in the stands,
screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Tonight's game brought to you in part by Boilermaker Local 374, representing highly skilled workers in field construction here in Indiana. You can count on Boilermaker Local 374. Head to the third. It'll be Flynn, Cornelius, and McDonald. Each team with one hit. Flynn hitting at .345 on the year, and Smith with her first pitch as Flynn shows bunt, pulls back. It'll be a ball.
Nice decision there, obviously, as it just barely misses the zone.
Low and outside, 2-0.
Haven't seen Smith in this situation really yet today. She's had great command. She's put him into the strike zone, so, now we'll see how she kind of battles.
The 2-0 delivery on the way is an off-speed pitch in there for a strike, and boy, Smith has been good with that off-speed so far, very tough in the first two innings.
And I think Flynn knew she wasn't even going to attempt to swing at that one. After you see two miss, you might as well wait.
Ground ball, third baseman, throw to first, and Worstall makes an easy play. She was playing tight down at third, but there's one away, and we'll head now to the top of the order. Here's Cornelius.
Yeah, missed the first kind of attempt at it, bounced out of her glove, but was able to launch it over there in time. Shows the good defense from the senior, one of just 2 on this roster. Of course, with today being senior day.
Pitch low and inside. Cornelius had reached on an error on Hodges.
Yeah, to your point, it's the first time that Smith got the lead out runner out.
One attempt. And the count goes even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Newsom is behind the plate. Schnippels at first. Sarvis at second. Hodges at short, and Worstall is at third. Another off-speed pitch, swing and a miss.
Those have been masterful today. You wonder when the team starts to maybe slow down and catch up, or maybe Smith then just starts attacking. But certainly her best pitch today has been anything off-speed.
1-2 pitch is grounded toward the shortstop, Hodges. And not in time at first, and that'll be an infield base hit for Cornelius, on base for the second time.
Yeah, certainly a tough play there for Hodges to try to make. Going left, scooping it up, and then throwing across her body. Had to do it quickly. Obviously, with the shorter distances on a softball diamond, you don't have a lot of room for error.
In the outfield for Rose Holman, Coleman in left, Piers in center, as this pitch is a little bit high for a ball to McDonald, who struck out her first time up. In right field is Haley Hoffman, one of the 2 seniors. Next pitch by Smith. It is low. Snap throw to first, not in time. So now 2 balls, no strikes to McDonald.
But now Cornelius knows she's a speedster. She certainly can steal bases, but now she just has to think a little bit more about that jump.
Another off-speed pitch, and taking all the way is McDonald.
McDonald, who struck out, like you mentioned, really wants to make sure she doesn't get in a similar situation like that. You don't want multiple Ks on your sheet.
2-1 pitch on the way, low and inside. Runner takes off, throw down, and he got her. Great throw by Newsom to get the runner trying to steal.
That was beautiful. We talked about the speed of Cornelius. We talked about how well this team steals bases. That was fantastic. You don't see a ton of those become successful, but that one was beautiful. And how about the tag there applied at the end?
So now 2 balls and a strike as Smith ready to go to work once again. It'll be low for ball 3.
You talked about this stat. I mean, this team has only been caught stealing, 4 or 5 times this year out of all the times they have attempted.
82 of 88, yeah.
That's pretty good. So for the fact that Rose Holman was able to pull that one off, how about the arm of Newsom? It's the reason she's an all-conference player as a freshman last year.
That'll be a 2-out walk down to McDonald, so the Lions have a runner on, and that'll bring up Rakowski, who will step in, the number 3 hitter, 429. She's 0 for 1 today.
Just the first walk today surrendered by Smith. She's had good command, like we mentioned.
This one just underneath it, shallow left. Coming in to make the catch will be Coleman, and the threat is done here in the third. We head to the bottom half, inning number 3, no score.
No runs, 1 hit, no
Tonight's game brought to you in part by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the trusted professionals in inventory management and transportation needs. Give them a call, 317-396-1023. It'll be Coleman, Ezel, and Piers all due up now for Rose-Hulman here in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Coleman hitting .231 on the year, no home runs and 9 runs driven in. And the first pitch by Lopman is high and inside for a ball.
Yeah, this bottom of the lineup for Rose-Hulman, not quite as potent as their opponents tonight, but you really need to count on one of these girls getting on at least. Let's flip the lineup card and see what the top can do.
Pitch is up high, 2 balls, no strikes.
They haven't had quite the season. When we talked about some of the ridiculous numbers of the 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters of MSJ. But if just 1 or 2 of these girls can get on now, I mean, if not this inning, maybe later down the line, get a little bit of production, that's going to go a long way.
Pitch is inside, 3-0, not missing by much. Now Coleman should be taking all the way here, 3-0.
So you know where this pitch is going. It's going to go right down the middle. See, I never understood that. If I'm in there, I got a 3-0 count of 3. Why not? What's the harm? You see it, you know you're going to get a nice pitch. You know it's going to go right down the middle. You know she's going to try real hard to make sure that. Why not just give it a rip? And if you miss, then okay, it's 3-1.
Nothing hurt, right?
Yeah, exactly. Now, of course, if you whiff it like I would if I were down there swinging and, drop it in front of the catcher's glove and now it's a foot race, maybe not. But
I have a feeling your coach might put you on the bench, so after that, huh?
Well, you've seen Chicken Little. So imagine me playing Little League baseball as a 4-foot-something little kid. That's what it was. They told me the lower I put my elbows, the smaller my strike zone. Don't swing. I did anyway, but they told me that.
3 balls and 2 strikes. Here's the payoff pitch. Popped up right side, and it'll go out of play.
A little ding in the roof of these nice dugouts.
You're starting to sound a little bit like Keith Myers, and anytime somebody gets on third, no matter if there's 1 out or 2 outs or no outs,
Send him.
He's trying to, he wants to squeeze every time.
He saw Ellie De La Cruz do that in the Reds game and said, all right.
Yeah, but he always says, well, listen, I don't care who's down at third, and the person could be like 270 pounds and can't run, and he still wants to squeeze. You better get that bunt way over there on the right side if you're going to have a big person like that.
See, this is the same guy we're talking about, the Keith Myers School of Shooting during basketball season.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about that.
Yeah,
it's very embarrassing.
We know how he plays in basketball. I'm sure his softball skills are similar.
Popped up right side. The second baseman is there to make the catch. Flynn will squeeze that one for 1 away. Gabriella Ezel will step to the plate.
With that being said, we certainly hope he's not listening because he signs the checks. So, Ben, can we scratch the last 2 or 3 minutes of commentary?
Actually, he doesn't sign them. Somebody else does.
Okay.
You didn't know that?
It's good to hear.
Yeah, so now we can talk about him all we want.
I didn't know we get paid until today, so I'm learning.
Now, how much you're getting paid is a different story. So, Ezel steps in, and the pitch by Lopman is a called strike. Ezel, 189 hitter, 4 home runs, and 12 runs driven in.
And finally, Lopman can kind of breathe. She put one down the middle of the zone. She got her first strike. She's ahead in the count, and now it's a completely different setup than, when she was going 3-0, 2-0. She can play around a little bit more, like that pitch. That was close. That was right around the zone, a little low. But obviously, you have a lot more confidence when you get that first strike up there before anything else.
Lopman always checking the dugout, then takes a look at that wristband as well. Nice cut and a miss. Took something off that one. We'll go to 1 ball, 2 strikes.
And after the last pitch, it missed, but you see how fast that thing went. It was not a negative pitch. It was a ball, certainly, so it goes in the wrong category. But obviously it set her up to get this strike, and now all of a sudden the batter's guessing what's coming next. Is it slow? Is it fast?
Well, we know it's outside. Lopman knew she missed it from the time she let it go, so we'll go to 2-2.
Wouldn't be surprised if this one, another breaking ball, another slower pitch. It goes over the heart of the plate.
Last time these two teams got together, Mount St. Joe picked up a win on that one. As we mentioned, 17 in a row. A good cut again by Ezel. Mentioned Ezel can hit with a little bit of power. I wouldn't be too surprised if you don't see Lopman go something off speed. Breaking pitch here.
Ezel there, second on the team in home runs. You don't see that very often as the 8-hitter, but she certainly can. Oh, and she had a nice pitch to do so there.
Wow.
It just came in a little bit hotter than she had anticipated.
Very good. Talk about getting your money's worth right here. That is Ezel. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 1 away as we play here in the bottom of inning number 3.
Lopman doesn't have a...
Until there.
Doesn't have a strikeout. Sorry to step on you. Doesn't have... I'm looking down at my sheet. Doesn't have a strikeout until now.
Nice pitch that time by Lopman. Out number 2. We'll see if Piers will step to the plate, the center fielder. Piers at 254. No home runs and 4 runs driven in. First look at Lopman here tonight. Pitch is outside for a ball. Rose trying to win 18th game of the year. More importantly, number 10 in the HCAC battle. As we talked about earlier, 8 teams are fighting for position from number 1 to number 8.
And MSJ, one of the teams in contention for number 1, currently leading the conference. But guess who they play their next 2 series? That is the 3rd place Earlham and the 2nd place Transy. So things could really flip on their head. Or maybe MSJ takes care of business these next 6 games in 3 days, and we'll see.
Pitch in there for a strike. It'll go to 2-1. Nice pitch again by Lopman.
Sounds like the umpire was waiting to let that one loose. After seeing a few balls, he was excited to get that call out.
The 2-1 pitch grounded to the right side, backhanded by the first baseman, easily stepping on the bag, and that'll do it as Eubanks ends the half inning. Nothing on the board this time for Rose Holman. We head to the 4th, still no score.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Back here at Rose Holman, tonight's game brought to you in part by Dynamark, your local one-stop for print, signs, and mailing services in Indianapolis. They've been serving the Indianapolis area for over 50 years. If you'd like more information, give them a call, 317-328-2555. We head quickly to the 4th.
Quickly,
yes.
A pitcher's duel. It's been fun to watch.
Our game the other day was only about an hour, right? Game 1?
Yeah, absolutely. The game that you and I were here for about a week ago. Rose Holman splitting a doubleheader with Manchester. They did that twice more since now. So the last 3 doubleheaders they've split. And obviously at home today, you're wanting to get at least 1, if not 2 wins against this team. But MSJ, top of the conference, we've talked about how great they've been playing. I mean, winners 14 of their last 15 games.
Breaking pitch in there for a strike by Smith. Yeah.
How about that?
Right there on the outside corner. Really wasn't much that Lauren Miller could do with that pitch. Miller 0 for 1. She grounded out in the first inning. Hit this one right to Schnippel, who backhands it, makes the out, number 1.
Now the second straight inning where the leadoff batter gets out after that hadn't happened the first 2. So now a real advantage for Smith. You've got an out up there on the board. You've got a little bit more breathing room to play with. You don't have to worry about a runner quite yet. Oh, man. We've seen that pitch a couple times left alone.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Lawson singled in the second inning. Hit this one well, base hit left field. Lawson, I think, took offense to that strike call.
And the lady who had the first hit of the game now has 2 hits this game. She's been impressive, and boy, she smoked that one. We mentioned it, all these, aside from maybe 1 or 2 flyouts, they've all been low, they've all been on the ground, whether they've been caught or not. Both of these pitchers kind of keeping the contact low, but that one was smoked.
Kennedy reached on a fielder's choice in the second inning, takes the pitch low and inside, ball 1.
You know, last time Lawson got on, she was thrown out on a double play, leaving second base and didn't get back in time.
Off-speed pitch, way out in front is Kennedy. That has certainly been her best pitch of the day, especially after giving up a base hit, able to come back and get the next hitter off balance. Another one is a little bit high. 2 balls and a strike now to Kennedy.
How about Kennedy? She was 4 for 4 last game. How's that? Is that a good day?
It's a very good day.
Certainly helped her batting average now at .363.
Hit well, and that'll be a foul ball.
And it certainly helps your team when you're toward the bottom of the lineup and you're getting 4 hits in a game. My goodness.
Yeah.
I mean, you can kind of expect a couple of those games a season from your top 2, 3, 4 batters, but to get that this low in the lineup, that's one thing we talked about really at length today so far, is how well the bottom of this lineup hits for MSJ. The Lions are just lethal once you get further down.
Base runner at first, Lawson had to have her shoe tied there, so now she's ready to go.
Troy, can you tie mine for me?
I can.
End of this inning.
Break-even pitch is on the way, and that's going to be a base hit into left field. Runners at first and second. So the Lions threatening again. This is the third, the third inning of 4 that they've had runners in scoring position, and that'll bring up now Eubanks.
And they've doubled their hit total in a matter of 3 or 4 pitches. I will say you're still feeling a little bit better if you're Smith. You're going to have a meeting here with their battery mate, but Smith, you're going to feel a little bit better now because you got that first out. Now you have a little bit more room to play with. Yeah, sacrifice maybe moves the runners over, but then you have 2 outs. I mean, you're feeling a lot better because you got that leadoff runner out. If this was 2 on and no out, it'd be a nightmare.
Lily Kapala will be courtesy running now down at second base. Okay, yes, it's going to be Streval instead of Kapala, so number 14 instead of 17. So once again, the Lions threatening here in the 4th inning, as that'll be fouled away.
And that's a big one. You get the first out here. Or rather, you throw your first pitch goes in as a strike. Now you're feeling a little bit better this at-bat. Get ahead in the count a little bit. Some more room to play with.
Another one fouled away. This is a team that had a base runner in the 1st inning in scoring position. They had another one in the 2nd. Potentially would have had one in the 3rd. They were able to get runners on base. Let's see if they can produce a run in this half inning as that pitch is high and outside. Ground ball, third baseman. War still trying to lay on the tag and cannot do so. Everybody is safe.
Wow, now MSJ is cooking. Now you have bases loaded with just 1 out. That is huge. And I get the mindset there from Warstall. Let me get the lead runner out, and now we have two outs with just 1 in scoring position. But boy, that was costly, not able to make the play.
We're going to have a visit to the mound as well. Again, we have just 1 away here in the top of the 4th inning. Wiltermude is next up, 0 for 1 today. So the way this game has gone so far, now I've got to ask you here, I am sure they're asking, did the runner go out of the base path on the way to 3rd far enough to call that out? But I don't think
it didn't feel like it from up here, and she certainly missed the tag altogether, so that's not even a question. From our vantage point, there was 6 inches between the glove and the person. So just an unfortunate happening there.
So now it'll be Wiltermuth. Chance to give Mount St. Joseph the lead here in the 4th inning. Lifted into right field. Hoffman coming on, makes the catch. Runner will tag, throw to the plate, and got the runner there as well. The double play ends the half inning in a great play by Hoffman to throw the runner out. Street ball for out number 3. We'll head to the bottom of the 4th inning, still no score.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Back here at Rose-Hulman, we're going to take another look at that nice throw.
Didn't really throw it super hard. It was just absolutely clinical, right where it needed to be. And we talked about how good a defender this catcher Newsome is. I mean, she's all conference for a reason, and she just took that nice little gift of a throw from Hoffman and applied it the way she needed to. I mean, that's with a pinch runner coming down your way. I mean, you know she's going to be fast, and she still had a little extra breathing room and time to turn around.
How big is that, though? You had the bases loaded, 1 out, and you don't score.
I mean, we were reading off the obituary, and then now all of a sudden, a little double play there via the blooper to right. That was perfect.
So
unconventional, but certainly the sheet remains clean for Smith.
Here is Newsome to lead things off. Newsome, Smith, and Warstill all due up here in the 4th.
After nobody had really any success the first time through. We had 1 hit, but a couple double plays. Everybody who reached got out. Nobody left on. Pretty clinical from the reliever turned starter in Lopman. Now you wonder, second time through, is this something relievers typically don't have to see batters twice?
Yeah.
So we'll see how these hitters can fare the second time through.
Newsome flew out to right field, her only plate appearance so far. Hit foul. So Lopman in front, no balls, 2 strikes.
That's really the only time that the ball was lifted anywhere off of the pitch from Lopman, was that fly out in the first. Everyone else has been able to keep them low, keep these grounders, keep these line outs. And Newsome, of course, all the power in the world. If she can get a hold of one, it can go.
And I think she knew he just swung at ball 1 right there.
Yep. That one pretty high up out of the zone. Probably should have let it go. Easy to say now and easy to say from our vantage point, but yeah, that one was tracking to be a little bit higher than I think she had planned.
Well, so far I'm sure that you're impressed with Lopman and their second start of the year in such a crucial game too,
and
right?
We talked about it as a freshman too. This is not like this is a third-year reliever.
Hit well into center field. McDonald going back on it. That'll hit the base of the fence. Heading to second will be Newsome, a stand-up double. And the Fighting Engineers have now something going here at the bottom of the 4th.
And was that one important, or was that one important, Troy? How about this? You see she just smacks it out there to the end of Engineers. Up on the fence and needed that one. Now a leadoff double. Runners in scoring position without any outs. This is huge for Rose-Hulman and what's been a pitcher's duel to this point.
And now Aubrey Smith can help her own cause as she'll step up for the second time. Walked back in the first inning. Swings at the first pitch and fouls it away.
And now Newsome ties Smith with the team lead in doubles. That was a big one. Just the second hit today for Rose-Hulman.
Smith going after that first pitch from Lopman. Rose-Hulman trying to take the lead here in this bottom half of the 4th, and that pitch is way outside.
Kind of interesting, too, because for most of the first time through, we saw some heavy pitch counts. We saw, you got into the 5-6 pitches per AB. And typically because Lopman would kind of lose command and throw a few balls. Here she had an 0-2 count, had an 0-2 count, and then that was what allowed the big hit out to the right center wall. So a little interesting that she had performed better with a couple balls in the count. That time she had plenty of room to play with, and it was just a nice hit from Newsom.
1-2 now to Smith. Up high.
And you know, sometimes in this situation, you tell your batter, just show your barrel, let's get a bunt, let's move your runner over. Not when it is Aubrey Smith. The bat she possesses, one swing, and she could easily score the runner from second.
Fly ball down the line. It's going to be in foul territory as the catch is made. Runner tags and will head to third. That's Newsom. So Smith with the sacrifice fly, and now here's Phoebe Worstel.
Well, that works the same as a bunt.
Yep.
Certainly got the job done, so now you have a runner on third with just an out. And Worstel here, last time she was up, she was really trying to get the ball over to right field. Now you don't. Oh,
yep, there she did. Base hit. That'll score the run. Phoebe Worstel, one of the two seniors, delivering here in the fourth inning. And Rose-Hulman now leads it 1-0.
Number 2, Caitlin Sarvis.
Here's Sarvis.
And how about that? Worstel did exactly what she tried to do in the first inning, where she ended up hitting into a double play. That time she lifts it up and over Hugh Banks and is able to get on base, plus tag on another RBI to her total.
So finally the goose egg off the board. Nice pitch, swing and a miss.
Certainly if you're Rose-Hulman, you're not feeling you're not feeling that comfortable with just a one-run lead. But in what's been a pitcher's duel to this point, this is huge. At this juncture of the game, you give Smith at least one run to work with when she's pitching. That's certainly a good spot to be in such a low-scoring affair like this one.
3 hits now by the Fighting Engineers. That's a late swing, hit foul. And we have run out of softballs.
Well, grab the one you've got in your pocket and throw it out there, Troy.
Sorry, I keep all the ones I get. That's what I do in Kokomo, too, by the way.
There you go.
I'm out of the press box and onto the rooftop.
That's next week.
Yes.
Troy spending a few days out in Kokomo for the baseball HCAC tournament. Softball still waiting to see the host school. Of course, it's fixed already for baseball, but softball, whoever's the 1 seed, and that could be any of 3 teams.
Yeah. Pitch outside.
Depending on how this weekend plays out. Rose-Hulman not in contention for that. This is their last game scheduled this regular season, so they get these out and go to Pizza Hut tonight, take a few days off, and hope you're dancing.
Hit foul again. Good at bat here for Caitlin Sarvis. Singled back in the second. We have the company credit card tonight, so
we're not going to Pizza Hut with that, I'll tell you that.
Steak dinners for everybody.
Yes.
Off-speed pitch, got her swinging on that one. 2 away.
That's the second strikeout today from Lopeman. We talked about it, more of a pitch-to-contact pitcher. She's not striking out a ton of batters over her limited work this year, but to get 2 of them already, it's not bad.
Hodges, a sacrifice in the second. Takes the pitch outside, ball 1.
Yeah, laid a bunt down. I think she's happy now that she has the green light just to swing, because Hodges has a nice bat. 8 doubles this year. She can certainly hit the ball, and she has all the speed.
Well, they're not missing by much. Count is even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Big base hit by Phoebe Worstel, making the difference in this one after the leadoff double by Newsom. This one hit well, could be a gapper, and it will fall in for a base hit. Worstel rounding third, and she's going to hold up there. The throw goes into second. A double by Hodges. Still 2 away, and here's Schnippel.
And that is why I mentioned what Hodges can do in terms of the double category. That's her 9th. She has the speed to turn just routine singles into doubles. And obviously when you have the extra runner out there, a little bit more pressure, your center fielder stops to think, okay, where does this ball need to go? Do I need to launch it home? Are they going to try to head home? Or is this one? So certainly having the extra runner on base helped that turn into a two-bagger.
And that's going to be it for Lopman tonight. She'll give up the ball to Leslie Reimers, and we'll talk about her coming up next here on RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger. It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Well, new pitcher will be Leslie Reimers. As we mentioned earlier, she is the ace of this staff, 9-1 with an ERA of 2.28. Though she does have 27 strikeouts and 30 walks. And the first pitch is ripped foul by Schnippel. She didn't even wait.
She's not afraid of that. My goodness, she took a big swing. And we talked about this juncture of the season. A little bit shorter leash for some of your pitchers, and the fact that Lopman isn't a typical starter. It's just the second game that she started, typically a reliever. So the fact that she came in, pitched 3 2/3 innings, allowed 4 hits, 1 earned run. That's kind of a typical stat line, minus the earned run. She's been fantastic.
Popped up right side, and the catch made by the first baseman, Hugh Banks, but Rose Holman gets on the board here in the 4th. We head to the 5th inning. It's 1-0 Fighting Engineers.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 mile an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose Holman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Up to bat for the Mount St. Joseph Lions.
1-0 the score at Rose Holman, and it's the Engineers with the lead after what we thought could be a scoreless game. Maybe they'd ended in a tie, right, Troy? Well, you finally find a way to get a run thanks to the leadoff double and then the RBI single. That was Newsom and Warstall combining there to throw a run across. And just like that, a little bit of run support for one Miss Aubrey Smith. She misses on the first pitch. At the bottom of the lineup, this is Elena Flynn, third baseman. Last time up, a routine ground out. Warstall sent over to Schnippel. Now she has a 2-0 count to work with, though. Certainly the advantage of the hitter. It's 3-0. You got to imagine she can just set this bat down and watch this ball cross regardless. Haven't seen too many command issues. Oh, how about this, a 4-pitch walk. Yeah, Smith has been fantastic today. Haven't seen too many command issues there, but 4 straight out of the zone. And now the lineup card flips. This is big. Flynn, the leadoff runner, And now you bring up Cornelius, one of the team's top hitters, at the top of the lineup with no outs. This one laid down, and it landed foul before it rolled over. So strike one. That's just the second walk today from Smith. She's been outstanding through 4 innings. I'm going to talk this one over here. Yeah, it looks like it landed off the foot of Cornelius, and that's why they stopped it. Not sure what the discussion here is. I'll take another look. Yeah, so it hit her knee after it landed fair, was track and foul, hit the batter. That's why it is an 0-1 count. Shows the barrel again, and this one foul again. Boy, if that one was caught, would have resulted in an out. Instead, 0-2 is the count. Cornelius, the all-conference selection from Whiteland, Indiana. Reached on an error to lead off the game, and then singled, but then was later caught stealing a couple innings ago. This one off the glove of the shortstop Hodges, just barely out of reach. And now, with no outs, 2 runners on.
Next to that, number 7.
Flynn over to second after reaching base on balls, and now Cornelius with the single. An extra breath here for Smith. Rose Holman took the lead bottom of the last inning. And now we see a foul ball in the bunt attempt from Emily McDonald. Certainly don't want to give the lead right up. McDonald from Cecina High School in Indianapolis. One of the 3 hitters on this squad, over 400 on the season. She has 21 RBIs, trying to get a 22nd one here. Drops this bunt. It will go and get the runner out at first, but does the job. Advances both 2 in scoring position with 1 out. And Smith will take a couple extra breaths before this next one. Good news is you get the first out on the board, but for Smith, bad news is 2 in scoring position. Here's the first with 1 out. It's out of the zone. Misses everything there for the absolute powerhouse of a hitter in Shelby Rakowski. Leads the conference in batting average, hits, RBIs, and triples. She watches that one miss as well. So 2-0, certainly not the ideal spot to be in if you're Smith. Rakowski 0 for 2 today. Still looking for that first. Means she's due with how she's played this year. And she swings and misses, a little foul tip there. There's a base open, so an opportunity. Maybe if this pitch misses, you let the walk go and load the bases. But priority number 1, can you get Shelby Rakowski out for a 3rd time in as many ABs? 2-1 the count. This one up and over the zone. And I don't think you want to just lay a meatball trying to get a strike here. Not the end of the world if it's a walk. She swings at this one and sends it foul. Boy, she ripped that one down the 3rd baseline, and the count is full. And now it's a different story. You got her here, you got her this far, you might as well try to get her out. And out here would go a long way for Aubrey Smith. Smith has struck a couple outs so far. This one swung on. A chance to get her out. Over. Got one, scored one. So making the throw was Hodges over to Schnippel. Couldn't quite turn the double play on the throw back. And we're tied at 1. But 2 outs now. Runner in scoring position still. As Flynn made it home. Cornelius to 3rd, but Rakowski out on the fielder's choice. Little ground out there. Lauren Miller 0 for 2 today as well. This one misses. The rare lefty in the lineup. That one makes her miss everything. A critical pitch here. Critical spot with the runner in scoring position, and Cornelius, all the speed in the world, waiting on third. This one is sent foul, so the count evens up at 2 apiece. One pitch away from getting out of the inning is Smith. One swing away from tacking on another is Lauren Miller. Two balls, 2 strikes, and here's the pitch. It's outside, well outside, so the count is full. For the second batter, here comes the payoff pitch. This one high, she swings on it, sent foul and caught to end the inning. But the damage was done, we're all tied up. MSJ 1, Rose Holman 1, bottom of the 5th we go, RHIT.tv.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Back at Rose Holman, and time for the ace to take the circle for MSJ. You see her right there. It's Leslie Reimers, and she has been fantastic as a starting pitcher this year. She's made 7 starts, 2.28 ERA, 9-1 record, and she's looking to add another win here. A chance after MSJ tied it up in the top of the 5th. The bats up now, bottom of the order, Caledonia Coleman, bats 7th in the order. And she starts behind in the count. A big response there from the batters of the Lions to tie it back up. We have a fresh ball game, bottom of the 5th here. And similar situation as the 3rd inning, you've got your bottom 3 batters in the lineup. If one of them, if not more, can get on, it really sets you up for success when the card flips. This one high, it misses. Reimers that 2.28 ERA. She's pitched 70 2/3 innings. Make that 71 after she closed out the bottom of the 4th. Struck out 27. And sends this one over the plate. It goes foul. Coleman flew out to right field in the 3rd inning. 2-3-1 hitter. Awaits the 1-2. Big swing and a big miss. Striking out her first is Reimers. Gabriella Ezel. After striking out a victim from Claire Lopeman. Now head up to the plate. Big swing, sends it over toward Troy's car in the parking lot. Oh, I think I heard it hit his window too. Yikes. 0-1 the count after the foul ball. This is the only game going on tonight in the conference. The only 2 games, of course, the second leg of this doubleheader to come is it's a big swing, 0-2 now the count. Took some off of that one. Reimers so good with her pitch selection. And in the field behind us, Rose-Hulman baseball. They're hosting Transylvania. It is 3-1 in the 3rd inning right now. That is Transy with the lead with plenty of time. Of course, that one on RHIT.TV as well. This one misses, so it's 1-2. Ezel with 4 home runs. She's got the power. The lowest batting average on the starting roster, and she swings and has struck out the second straight batter. Her second time today, in dealing in the circle is Leslie Reimers. First time today we've had back-to-back Ks. That was a pretty pitch. And now the bottom of the lineup card with 2 outs is Lucille Pierce. She grounded out to the first baseman in that second inning. This one sent foul. Making chase and diving for was Kennedy, but unable to secure it. Gave it her best shot, but now it is 0-1 the count. Reimers looks. Second on the team in starts. Their primary starter is Molly Sharp. I wouldn't be willing to put a lot of coinage down on Sharp starting game 2 of this doubleheader. This one swung on and it's down for a hit. And maybe more as it goes past the left fielder Cornelius, sliding, or rather standing up for a double. That one was big. Bottom of the lineup here. She now stands in scoring position as the card flips. Gets it just past the left fielder, and a nice hit there. Threatening with 2 outs. Third double in as many innings for Rose-Hulman. Newsome, who had one of those doubles in the 4th, came around to score. The team's only run to this point now has a chance to put her teammate across the plate. Newsome, the all-conference selection, 7th in the HCAC in hits this year. Swings at this one and sends foul to even the count. Would certainly love a hit here. She's got 41 of those to this point. One with 2 outs, and that one lands over the plate somehow. Certainly looked like it was heading out of the zone. The umpire disagrees. And now ahead in the count is the pitcher and the ace in Reimers. Looking to preserve the 2.28 ERA. This one high, shortstop now left fielder giving chase. Makes the catch, does Cornelius, and that is how we end the 5th inning. We head to the 6th next. RHIT.TV.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Top of the 6th we go from Rose-Hulman. Tacking on a run, bottom of the 4th, then a run, top of the 5th. We're tied at 1. A reminder, this broadcast brought to you in part by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry represents Ohio Mutual Insurance. For information, call 317-894-7000. That's 7,000. Smith remains in the circle. She has 8 complete games and trying to keep that going as we hit top of the 6th inning.
McKinley Lawson.
Leading off this inning is the catcher, McKinley Lawson. She is 2 for 2 today. How about that? A pair of singles. She was thrown out on a fielder's choice in the 2nd, and then her courtesy runner was tossed at the plate in what was a huge throw from Hoffman in right field. That was in the 4th inning. But as far as the bat goes, it's been big today for Lawson, and she swings at this one. And this is every bit of it. 4 home runs on the year. She doesn't like those off speeds. She likes to take the fastball and send it over the fence. Here's the 1-1. That one lands over the plate. An impressive pitch, another off speed. As so far it's sprinkled throughout, but the rain has held off so far. I'll knock on wood. Overcast the entire day. The first of a doubleheader here. She hits this one right to the pitcher softly. And the 1-3 ground out to lead off the inning will bring up Maddie Kennedy. Kennedy's reached twice. First one on a fielder's choice, and then singled in the 4th. She was stranded both times. This one high and inside. It's a miss. Kennedy was 4 for 4 last game. As this one swung on and sent right over to Warstall, makes the throw in time for out number 2. A pair of ground outs to start the 6th inning.
Next to the line is number 15.
Nice throw from Warstall just in time, despite the speed of Maddie Kennedy. That'll bring up Sydney Hughbanks. Struck out in the 2nd and reached on a fielder's choice in the 4th. This one, although maybe a little inside, finds its way over the corner of the plate for strike 1. This one swung on, foul tip, strike 2. Eubanks, the team's first baseman. 20 hits on the year. Swings at this one, another grounder to Warstall, and she gets the put out. 3 straight ground outs in the 6th inning. Let's head to the bottom of the 6th. RHIT.TV. Smith with a 1-2-3 inning in the top half of the 6th. Now we head to the home half. And Reimers will try to do the same. How about this duo of primarily relievers, but Reimers starts plenty as well. A couple of freshman pitchers for MSJ carrying them through this season. Leslie Reimers, the freshman pitcher from Wakanda, Illinois. Big swing here for Aubrey Smith, bottom of the 6th. Smith reached and then was thrown out. She was walked in the 1st. Flew out in the 4th. She's 0 for 1. But of course, an absolute powerhouse as a hitter and the team's top pitcher. Swings at this one and lifts it well to left field. Backing up and making the catch a step in front of the warning track is Cornelius, and the leadoff runner is out.
Number 22, Phoebe Worstel.
Phoebe Warstall up to bat after she had the RBI single to get the game's first run on the board. Watches this one low and inside. She was in stranded. Rose Holman has left 3 runners on base. Boy, MSJ has stranded 6 today. That's been a big story. They've gotten runners on. This one pops straight up, and making the catch was Hugh Banks to get out number 2. MSJ has had runners on base and then eventually stranded in every inning until the 6th. There's the first 1-2-3 inning that Smith has pitched. It's kind of been the opposite story for Rose Holman. They've had more of these 1-2-3 innings. In fact, the first 3 retired in order. But of late, been able to get some runners on. Not the case so far since Reimers came on. She has been dealing in relief of Lopman, who went 3 2/3, allowed just that 1 run and 4 hits. Caitlin Sarvis swings at this one, and it's 0-2 with 2 outs. Already 2 Ks since entering the game does Reimers have. She's looking for her 3rd. And shoot, Sarvis has struck out today as well. She's 1 for 2 with a single. Swings at this one, pops it up, and it is a 1-2-3, 1-2-3 6th inning. Top of the 7th next, RHIT.TV.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose Holman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Take a look at the scoreboard here at Rose Holman. Tonight's game is in, look at that. 1-5, 1-5, and just 1 error. Today's game brought to you in part by Aspen Creek Grill. Amazing fresh food servers who care about your service. Call 866-885-3249 as we're in the 7th. Leading things off, Wiltermuth, the shortstop. Then it'll be Flynn and Cornelius. Smith so far tonight, 9 ground ball outs against the #1 hitting team in the conference.
I think that qualifies as a quality start.
I would think so. Holding this team to just 1 run right now. Gee whiz. Very impressive. Ground ball to the shortstop. Hodges up and throws. There's 1 away.
The idea here, obviously, get through this inning as quick as possible, and then see if your offense can end the game in the bottom of the 7th. Start to worry once you get into extra innings. When you look at these 2 pitchers, Smith, who's pitched the entirety of this game, and Reimers has only pitched the last couple of innings. The advantage goes to Reimers.
So Cornelius. Take that back, Flynn, the #9 hitter. Walk and a run scored in the 5th, grounded out in the 3rd.
Showed off her speed, which is why you see she's running up into the box. She has such a threat on just a drag bunt. Just slap that thing out there and take off running because she is so fast.
I was getting the calculator out, and I'll tell you why here in a moment, because that pitch is in there for a strike. 5 hits is all that Mount St. Joe has. They average 11 per game. 362 hits coming in. Next pitch, grounded up the middle. throw to first. Second baseman Sarvis, the nice play, 2 away.
But now it's the dangerous part of the lineup. The all-conference player in Cornelius, and then a handful of powerhouses behind her. And all it takes in a tie game, as we get into the latter innings, into the end of this game, it only takes one swing to turn this game around.
And you don't think that the fans at Transylvania are pulling for Rose Holman right here, huh?
When we look at these standings, my goodness, only a game separates MSJ and Transy, who were supposed to play a doubleheader last night in Cincinnati, and instead the rain canceled that one.
Off of the end of the bat, throw to first by Smith, and an easy inning as she is now set down 8 in a row. We head to the bottom of the 7th, chance for Rose Holman to get the win here on RHIT.TV.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your students to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Softball here on IndianaSRN and RHIT.TV, brought to you in part by Wheeler Mission, serving the Indianapolis community for over 131 years, providing hope, help, and healing for people in need. 317-686-6239. Last time, Rose Holman beat Mount St. Joe, 2015.
It's been a while.
What were you, in grade school then?
I was in grade school then. I was entering my 7th grade year at Western Boone.
Well, you might see history right now.
Yeah.
Hodges, Schnippel, and Coleman.
All it takes is one swing, and a 17-game losing streak against this squad can be snapped.
First pitch on the way, in there for a strike.
But I'll tell you what, if we're betting between this great pitcher and the freshman Reimers, or the latter stages of this lineup, you're going to think Reimers is going to have the advantage. And she has pitched exceptional since entering the game.
Popped up foul and out of play.
Came in at the end of the 4th inning and has not skipped a beat.
Hodges last time up doubled in the 4th inning. That's when they tied the ball game.
In fact, Reimers has seen 8 batters and only 1 hit. She's retired every other one.
Off-speed pitch hit foul. Good cut there by Hodges.
And if it weren't for the net, we'd be buying a new camera.
We've had cameras fall off the top of the press box before. That was fun.
Certainly hope that doesn't happen today. Don't need that phone call.
No.
We're planning on being at the steakhouse.
Swing and a miss, and Hodges down. Out number 1. Here's Schnippel.
3 Ks in this limited amount of work for Reimers. As a freshman, my goodness, she is dealing. Certainly going to be in high contention on the all-freshman team. She has been fantastic this year. This pair of freshmen for the squad, Reimers and then Lopman, who we saw start, both with sub-3 ERAs.
We have a little meeting here now with Schnippel. What do you think that meeting was all about?
Probably telling her, try to hit the ball here. That's probably what they're saying. See if you can get on base. I think that was maybe verbatim what the coaches are saying. Just try to get out there on base.
And no matter how you do it.
No, I'm sure there's a lot more strategy going into it than that, but be my advice. Just get on base.
That's all you need to do.
She's a good listener.
Yes. There is the winning run now down at first base. That'll bring up Coleman. Coleman 0 for 2, struck at her last time up against Reimers in the 5th inning.
Number 15, pinch hitter,
we will have a pinch hitter, though. That's going to be Alexa Miller. So Miller hitting in the place of Coleman.
A big spot here for Miller, who doesn't have a ton of work on the year. She has seen action in 15 and bats 147, but it's going to be a big spot here after Coleman has kind of struggled to swing the bat. Why not throw another player out there, see what you can't do.
Got a new runner down at first. That's going to be number 23, which is Megan Newton.
Pair of freshmen out here on senior day trying to make a big play. Boy, what a spot would this be as a freshman to come in and walk the game off.
First pitch to Miller is up high.
Now you're thinking about it a little bit more if you're in that pitching circle, especially getting behind in the count here with that quick ball. You have an out, which is to your advantage, but boy, when you have the winning run over a pinch runner on first, no room for error. Any passed balls resulting in a stolen base, you got to be really careful here. Now to your advantage, you're pitching to an inexperienced player, but certainly getting behind 2-0 in the count is not ideal.
That's in there for a strike. Don't forget, we'll have the Morales Group post-game show. We'll be naming the Piper Logistics player of the game when we're done in game 1. 2 balls and a strike now to Miller. Newton down at first base. 1 away here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Swing and a miss.
What a pitch there. Boy, she took a healthy cut and couldn't get anywhere near it.
Tough situation as a pinch hitter, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. And again, we talked about it. She's a freshman, doesn't have a ton of experience.
Got her.
Felt that one up here. Goodness. And just like that, 2 Ks this inning, 4 in the limited work that Reimers has come in for. She has been so impressive today, Troy.
Here is Ezel, who will step in with 2 away. Ezel has struck out twice, one of those against Reimers in the 5th inning.
Also a situation where you would consider, in a normal situation, bringing in a pinch hitter. You know, you're 0 for 2 with a couple Ks. But when you have the power that Ezel has, second on the team with 4 home runs, you let her out there and just see what happens. With 2 outs, why not? See if she can put it over the fence.
So Ezel steps in with 2 away, and the first pitch caught the inside corner, strike 1.
Yeah, she doesn't want those low pitches. She wants something a little bit higher that she can lift out there. She's not looking for a grounder.
And now the catcher going out as Lawson will talk with Reimers. I don't know that any of us expected it just to be 1-1 here in the 7th.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it. MSJ leading the conference in runs, leading them in hits, batting average. We can go down the list. All the major hitting statistics belong to the Lions. But it's been a great day in the circle for Aubrey Smith. And just certainly hoping it doesn't get spoiled.
Reimers with the pitch on the way, and that was way out of the strike zone.
Yeah, no business swinging at that one, especially as and now you're down in the count 0-2. That is certainly not a spot to be if you're a power hitter in Ezel. You want that ball to be as big as possible, and the way to do that is just to hold off and wait for later in the count.
Pitch up high.
She probably knew that one wasn't going to be anywhere near. Not to say predetermined not to swing, but had to have been a lot closer than that to itch at it.
Yeah, a lot of pitchers will waste that one just see if you might.
Especially after those first 2 swings.
Yeah. Here's the 1-2 delivery on the way. Got her swinging, struck out the side. Rose Holman leaving a runner on base here in the bottom of inning number 7. We have free softball coming your way right here on RHIT.tv.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help, So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
After 7 innings, we are right where we started, tied up, heading into extras, top of the 8th. Taking a look at the score in the game behind us, it's Rose-Hulman baseball hosting Transylvania today, and currently in the 5th inning, Transy leads 3-2. So after a 3-0 start, Rose-Hulman has knocked a couple in. Of course, Senior Day tomorrow for the baseball team. We're watching Senior Day in front of us for the softball team and trying to get a win against the top team in the conference. Rose-Hulman now out in the field, and Aubrey Smith has been absolutely fantastic so far today. She now pitches into extra innings, which is never ideal for your starters. You got to work a little bit harder to produce the complete game, but certainly has had herself a nice day today through 7 innings, 5 hits, just 1 run, a couple of strikeouts. And now into the game is Emily McDonald to lead things off. She's the 2-hole hitter. She has been fantastic this year, yet to have a hit today. And of course, we're in the 8th inning, extras, so you start with a runner on second, which I'm sure these teams would have preferred to do the last handful of innings with how these pitchers have played. But definitely an added element. The 1-0. Bunted up, and oh, that goes foul. Nearly caught from the charging Warstall, but she can't quite get there in time. That would have been huge to make that catch. But instead, hits the ground and then rolls past the line for a foul. It's 1-1. And now it's in the mind of the batter in McDonald. Well, okay, if I bunt this one, is that same thing going to happen? Am I going to get caught here? 0 for 2 today with a walk. Bunts this one down the first base line, and everybody's safe. Smith decided to look over to third instead of trying to get the runner out at first. And runners on the corners with no outs. That to perfection, and it brings up maybe the conference's best hitter in Shelby Rakowski. She is 0 for 3 today, but she has a hit in 15 straight games. It'd be a big one here if she can continue that streak. Cornelius on third. Running to second, faking the throw. And now over to second goes Emily McDonald. Two runners in scoring position, no outs. Smith deals. This one lifted high into left field. There's a chance the throw could be in if she can, and she does. So she gets it into the catcher. A nice play from Coleman to launch that one in, and now 1 out with 2 runners in scoring position. A big pinch here for Smith. But now likely the first time in 16 games Rakowski won't have a hit. How about that accomplishment from Smith, keeping her now 0 for 4.
Up to bat, number 32, Kylie Hankenhoff.
Pinch hitter into the game, it is Kylie Hankenhoff from Greenwood High School, south side of Indianapolis. She's a senior. This year, yet to record a hit. She swings at this one, sent to right field. This one could score. Here comes the throw from the right fielder, Hoffman. It is not in time. Boy, that one was close, but the throw not in time. Cornelius crosses home plate, 2-1 MSJ. Taking the lead with this one. Take a look at the replay. That hit, that swing was nice as it goes to right field. Hoffman makes the play but can't throw it in time. Boy, look how close that one is. My goodness, and certainly looks like she was safe there. How about Macy Cornelius, the Whiteland product? Takes the lead for MSJ. With 2 outs now. The focus for Smith Get the runner out here and hope your offense can produce one. This is the 4th game that the Fightin' Engineers have seen go to extras this year. They've won 2 of the prior 3. Underneath the strike zone, the first pitch is McKinley Lawson. 2 hits today. She's 2 for 3. Emily McDonald stands on third, waiting her turn after Cornelius scored the run. This one crosses the plate. It's 1-2. Now a pitcher's count for Smith, who could really use a nice pitch here. Gets her down. To the bottom of the 8th we go. Rose Holman needing a run to keep the game going and 2 to walk it off. That's next. RHIT.TV.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose Holman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
We've hit the bottom half of the 8th inning. Let's take a look at how MSJ scored the run here. Boy, this one was close, but that was Macy Cornelius who dove across, ruled safe, and got the go-ahead run for the Lions. Lucille Pierce, the 9-hole hitter, steps up. The pinch runner on second is Kate Minicky, who comes in for Ezel, the extra runner in extra innings. Pierce with a double her last time up. That would certainly work here. She'll lay her bunt down, goes right to the pitcher, making the throw to first, but advancing the runner to third. It's a successful sacrifice bunt for Lucille Pierce. Now the lineup card flips to the top. Minicky, the pinch runner, stands on third, and Jessica Newsom, the fantastic hitter, has a double today, came around to score her team's only run, stands in the box. Needing a run to keep this game alive, 2 would end it, and she'll take timeout. She hits this one deep enough into the outfield, sacrifice fly would do. Swings at this one, first pitch, and sends it foul. Three home runs on the year. That would end the game if she did. Crossed home plate 25 times. And now we'll have an infield meeting. Everybody's pointing out there right field. If I were Kennedy, I'd feel a little lonely out there, everybody pointing at me. The meeting wraps up. 0-1 is the count. Jessica Newsom, an all-conference selection as a freshman, ready to swing the bat in extra innings. Oh, that one over the plate for a strike. Boy, that one looked low and inside. He called it a strike, and it is 0-2. certainly advantage Reimers, the fantastic pitcher here for MSJ. Top of the lineup, it's Jessica Newsom. Swings at this one and sends it high, well high toward the first base dugout, hits the roof, and we live to see another pitch. That's Jessica Newsom. One out here, a runner, the tying run, standing on third, and the winning run at the plate. The count remains 0-2. If it's close, you're going to swing at it. Newsom swings at this one, and it's an off-speed pitch, setting her down on strikes. It is the 4th K for Reimers in the last 6 batters. And Aubrey Smith with 2 outs. A base hit continues the game. Smith 0 for 2 today with a walk. Big swing on the first pitch. Reimers trying to end the game right here. The first of 2 on this broadcast. In between, we'll do a quick post-game show, the Morales Group post-game show. And a little in between, and we'll stay here for game number 2. How about this? Another healthy swing. Trying to end it here. Both the pitcher and the batter. And so far, advantage Reimers. Looking for her 7th strikeout in just the last handful of innings. Leslie Reimers, the pitcher, with an 0-2 count. 2 outs. This one sent high toward the second baseman. Flynn takes a few steps back and ends the game. MSJ with a 2-1 win. It took an extra inning, but they got it done and claim game 1 of a 2-game doubleheader here at Rose-Hulman. MSJ with the win, advancing to 26-7 on the year and maintaining the conference lead. Now it's time for the Morales Group post-game show. Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darengowski. Boy, this one was a thriller. We hope the second one is anything similar. But how about this one today, MSJ with a win?
Well, in a big win for sure, because I would imagine all the Transylvania fans were thinking, let's go Rose-Hulman, let's get a win here, and let's perhaps make this very interesting going into the next several days. But nonetheless, Mount St. Joseph able to get Reimers in there just in time, and unfortunately for Rose-Hulman, unable to get the win here today. But we still have one more game to go, and it's time to name the Piper Logistics Player of the Game. And want to remind you, Piper Logistics, from warehousing to transportation, they deliver solutions that keep you on the move with efficiency and reliability. Piper Logistics gets the job done. So who would you like to be the Piper Logistics Player of the Game?
Pretty simple. It's Leslie Reimers. Came in relief of Lopeman, and boy, did she perform. 4 1/3. Took an extra inning, but, 6 strikeouts, set down so many of these batters, and she just started mowing batters down here. She played exceptional. The MSJ pitcher comes in, gets the win added to her tally, and just was, so impressive. Keeps that ERA down. It is below 3. It's an impressive number, and just came in and set all these runners down. It was pretty impressive.
No doubt about it. So she is the Piper Logistics Player of the Game. All right, stay right there. About 30 minutes away, we'll have Game 2 right here on RHIT.TV.
When I catch myself becoming curious, I notice my peripheral vision attenuating.
There's definitely a thrill.
Definitely keeps me up at night.
I think I'm somebody who, when I'm curious about something, I take immediate action. I'm immediately, running.
Curiosity for me, if I had to describe it in terms of a physical sensation, it would definitely be an itch. I have to scratch that until that sensation is gone.
It is definitely just an itch I can't scratch until I figure out what's going on, figure out what is at the bottom of everything.
What initially drew me in is, as a kid, you're like, hi, yes, up is black at night. So I think that was really appealing to me, knowing that there was some hidden magic behind this veil of darkness. I do really like space. Space is one of my favorite things, just in general, all of space. 10 out of 10.
The kind of brain that thrives is a curious mind.
Curiosity is such an important part of the academic endeavor.
And without curiosity, we wouldn't have the society we have today.
You don't explore the unknown if you're not curious.
So students that really do have that curiosity, we love to get them into the lab, out of the regular classroom, because a lot of our students are tinkerers. They come in, they want to tinker, they want to play around with things, take things apart, and figure out how they work.
Right. Someone who understands, because I'm teaching robotics this quarter, that I'm never going to just give you the answer. I will give you the goal, I will give you hints, and I will give you breadcrumbs. But if you get there yourself, you learn something. College, most importantly, teaches you how to learn.
And that is one of the most rewarding things as an instructor, is seeing that aha moment in your students' eyes. I live for that. I teach for that.
I mean, you can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
A lot of times when you come to Rose, students will say the work is hard. And it is.
There's rumors about the difficulties of Rose-Hulman. I would say they're on par for the most part.
But 9 times out of 10, at the end, the student's gonna end with that statement, but it's worth it, or I really enjoy it. And I think that's really the key part. Like, if you really like doing something, it's gonna be a lot of work.
So the commonality is just the love for science and math. Mathematics is really the basis of all science and engineering. It's the language that we use.
We need to make sure that they have that backbone in order to succeed as future scientists and engineers.
We collaborate as faculty, and they see how one class starts to impact another class.
Math, science, technology, how intertwined they are.
Our students are very driven in everything that they're doing.
Is that opportunity to be pushed, because we do push the student to see what it is that you're actually capable of. We're not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. I think that matters.
Our job is to create a safe place to fail. That would be terrifying if you did that alone.
That results in students that are ready to walk out of the door and into their place of work, ready to be a productive contributor.
So our professors all know us by name.
It was refreshing to know that I would have a relationship with my professors.
And I think that's key.
Because of the very low class size here, it gives me, the instructor, an opportunity to actually be engaged with the student.
We know who's struggling, we know who's doing well, we know who's getting it.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
The faculty are there for you.
All of our students are advised 100% by faculty.
Your professors already know you. Even if you haven't met them, chances are your professors have talked about you to other professors.
And we do all of our classes in 10 weeks.
Very fast-paced.
So as difficult as the courses might be, as rigorous
and difficult
as it might feel for those 10 weeks, you know that everyone here has your back.
I think the big thing that I want people to always know when I talk about Rose-Hulman is we, the faculty, are here at Rose-Hulman because we love teaching. That is the reason we are here, and I think that sets us apart from all other institutions.
Big play here for Mount Vernon. Hurdle looking right, now over the middle, fires, and it's in there for a touchdown. What a throw. Boy, what a stick, huh? Side out, back to the middle, and guess what? You want a point on the other side, you go to Taylor Lewis.
Here's Freeman. Has an opening shot. Score!
Stafford around a screen. Skip pass. Mays with three. Mays drive. Floater up and in at the horn.
Hand off, and nice hole over the near side. 40, 35, 30. Block to the outside. 20, 15, 10, 5, and touchdown. And that's a big one right there. And finally, somebody gets on the board.
Rose Rocketry was founded to put Rose-Hulman on the map for places to go if you're interested in aerospace. Rocketry is a club and a team for anyone interested in any aspect of hobby rocketry, aerospace as a career, or space in general. Rose Rocketry has several different pillars that we try to pursue for all of our members, one of them being the NASA USLI competition. The NASA University Student Launch Initiative is for college students and universities to get experience with high-power rocketry, get experience in creating proposals for NASA. They put us through the same rigorous process as they would all of their contractors. We write proposals, critical design reviews, we write flight readiness reviews, and then we can go and present all of our learnings to the NASA board and they can ask us questions. And having that kind of hands-on experience where you can point to it and say, hey, I want to work at your company. This is what I've done to show that I'm valuable to your company. I've built rockets before. I've written proposals for NASA before. Another part of Rose Rocketry is the research aspect. Because Rose Rocketry's goal is to help students pursue aerospace as a career, we want to try to encourage people in whatever field, in whatever subset of rocketry they are interested in. For example, we have a bunch of students working on what's called Rose Propulsion Laboratory, and we are able to provide them funding, even mentorship. Another aspect would be electric ion propulsion. We have a couple students who are really interested in in-space propulsion specifically. And then there's also SmallSat. Rose SmallSat has the goal of launching a nanosatellite, which is around this big, into orbit within the next 3 to 5 years. And this is a really ambitious project, and it wouldn't be possible without the support of Rose Rocketry. My favorite thing about Rose Rocketry is how open we are. A lot of our people that are the most active are freshmen. And that's fantastic because now these people are learning hands-on engineering skills before they even learn what engineering is.
It's sort of given me a preview of all the engineering that is to come, and it's sort of put me on the fast track of learning mechanical engineering. Failure modes, effects, and analysis, that's not something you really learn as a freshman in your academics, but learning it in Rose Rocketry means I can apply those concepts to my current classes, which really helps me excel academically and prepares me for future classes. One of the goals I have after graduation is to be part of the aerospace industry. Rose Rocketry has helped me prepare for that goal in learning the design process of the aerospace industry and learning the documentation requirements. And it's also given me the opportunity to step into a lot of design areas and a lot of manufacturing areas that I haven't been exposed to before. And I think Rose Rocketry provides that really collaborative and friendly atmosphere. We really learn to work with each other, especially across multiple majors. What's special about Rose is the ability to really get involved. If you have that initiative, you can pursue it. And I think that's exemplified by how joining this team as a freshman, I was able to be elected the vice president. I was able to make a real difference on the team. That experience is something that you really may not find at other universities.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Fans, let's look at the starting lineup for the visiting Mount St. Joseph Lions for this second game. Batting first, left fielder number 1, Macy Cornelius. Batting second, center fielder number 7, Emily McDonald. Batting third, third baseman number 22, Shelby Rakowski. Batting fourth, designated player number 25, Lauren Miller. Batting fifth, catcher number 35, McKinley Lawson. Batting sixth, right fielder number 4, Maddie Kennedy. Batting seventh, first baseman number 32, Kylie Hankenhoff. Batting eighth, shortstop number 12, Avery Wiltermuth. And batting ninth, second baseman number 10, Elenia Flynn. In the flex position, pitcher number 8, Molly Sharp. And now for the starting lineup of your Rose-Hulman Fighting Engineers. Catcher, batting first, catcher number 3, Jessica Newsom. Batting second, third baseman number 1, Aubrey Smith. Batting third, pitcher number 22, Phoebe Wurstel. Batting fourth, left field, second, number 2, Caitlin Sarvis. Batting fifth, shortstop number 21, Emily Hodges. Batting sixth, first baseman number 25, Kayla Schnippel. Batting seventh, second baseman number 7, Caledonia Coleman. Batting eighth, designated player number 8, Grace Boer. Batting ninth, center fielder number 18, Lucio Pierce. And in the flex position, right fielder number 5, Haley Hoffman.
So I started working on Babcock Ranch 16 years ago. We designed a sustainable community that is also storm resilient, and also it has a ton of flood control associated with it. It has 75 megawatt solar facilities on site, which will cover the entire 18,000 acre community. In September of 2022, we had Hurricane Ian. We had 150 miles an hour sustained winds for about 10 hours and 21 inches of rain. Babcock really had little to no damage at all. We were the only place in a 2-county area that had any electric or any available drinking water that did not need to be boiled. And Rose really prepares you to go out, think outside the box, and problem solve. And I think for any major at Rose-Hulman, that's what you're getting. You have the ability to go out and create something new and innovate and change the way that we live as humans today.
Welcome you back again to Rose-Hulman. We're ready for game number 2, the first game, extra innings, in which Mount St. Joseph able to pull out the win 2-1. So now important game number 2, really again for both teams, but especially for Rose-Hulman. I know that was a tough loss for them, but now they have a chance to rebound in game 2.
Absolutely, and you really need to rebound because Manchester is nipping at your heels for the 5 seed. And then, I mean, behind that, you have a couple more teams that are right there trying to jump up. Anderson is within striking distance in the standings, and, of course, a chance to bump Rose-Hulman out of the postseason if they can't get a win today and if Anderson has a good weekend. So you really, if you're Rose-Hulman, you really want to find a way to get this win and to move on and be able to qualify for the tournament. You're a 5 seed right now, so you're in a decent spot, but you can't really afford to go 0 for 2 today and have some other teams jump up ahead of you with some good weekends.
Phoebe Warstell will get the start in game number 2, 8-5 on the year with an ERA of 3.09. Cornelius will lead things off for Mount St. Joseph, and the first pitch is outside for a ball. Cornelius earlier today 2 for 4 with a run scored.
And Warstell, the team's number 2 pitcher, 65 2/3 innings so far this year. High K numbers. She's pitched, again, almost 66 innings, and she has 68 strikeouts. I think that's a good number. It's safe to say. So she's really good at setting batters down via the strikeout. And that 3.09 ERA, that is not too shabby.
Well, already down 3-0 to Cornelius. Newsom gets the start behind the plate. Schnippel at first. As that pitch missing low and inside, and a leadoff walk for Cornelius, and that'll bring up McDonald.
That's something, too, when you have all these strikeouts, sometimes you can have some more walks because you're getting deep into the count. She has walked now 27 batters. Certainly not ideal to let the opening batter get on the plate, but, that's how it happens sometimes.
By the way, McDonald 1 for 2 earlier, will square to bunt and fouls it off.
How about Cornelius, too? Leadoff reached on an error in the last game. So now twice that the leadoff batter and Cornelius has got on without a hit.
Sarvis is starting at second base for the second game in a row. It'll be Hodges at shortstop with Smith moving from the circle over to third. And then in left field for the Fighting Engineers, actually going to be Coleman at second with Sarvis in left and Piers in center and Hoffman in right. And that pitch missing low and inside. Yeah, so 2 balls and a strike.
Not sure the reasoning, but obviously Coleman has primarily played out in left field, switches her over to second base and moves the primary second baseman and Sarvis over to left. Just a little position switch there.
Next pitch is a little bit high, so the count goes to 3-1. Now the 3-1 pitch, and that'll be ball 4, so not a good start for Warstell. And runners at first and second.
She must have thought the game was starting at 8. She needed a couple extra minutes to warm up. Certainly not the way she drew it up, allowing 2 runners on via the walk before she can record an out. And now the issue is Rakowski has been outstanding. She did just have a 15-game hit streak snapped by Aubrey Smith, who pitched wonderfully the last game. She went 0 for 4, certainly not trying to have that again.
Well, the one thing you don't want to do is walk a lot of hitters for Mount St. Joseph, because we've already well documented how good of a hitting team they are.
They hit well. They can steal bases well, too. So if you have a little wild pitch here, likely going to move both into scoring position. It is not the ideal situation to be. But we saw plenty of runners left stranded in the last game. So it is not the end of the world if you get some runners on.
Rakowski takes that one for a strike. Cornelius at second, McDonald at first. Back-to-back walks to lead things off here in the top of inning number 1, game 2. And the pitch on the way is going to be tapped. Worstall comes off the circle, throws to first, and they get the out there. But runners will advance to second and third.
And Worstall did plenty of work with that exact throw, except about twice the length in the last game from over at third. So she has experience picking that up and launching it over to first, gets it just in time. And now with 1 out, I mean, if you can get this batter out, that's going to be huge. But obviously, you're just 1 fly ball away from scoring a run.
So Miller steps in 0 for 3 earlier today. We'll take that pitch for a strike. Outfield shaded in, at least in center field. Pierce shaded a little bit toward left for the left-handed hitter, and the pitch is low and outside.
Yeah, those outfielders certainly hoping they can make a catch and launch it into home plate if need be. They're okay giving up something behind, but they're trying to catch it and launch it in.
That one hit the opposite way, caught by Smith.
That'll do.
2 away.
That will do. Now you have 2 outs, and you can focus just solely on this batter. Now Lawson, of course, just got off a 2 for 4 game about a half hour ago. She's a good hitter, but you can forget about the runners now.
First pitch in there for a strike. Caught the inside corner. Looked a little bit low and inside.
Yeah, a little bit low and inside, but we've got a new umpire behind the plate. He calls it the way he wants it, and it's on the onus of these pitchers to see where that strike zone is.
There's strike 2.
It's a wide strike zone. I don't know about the height, but certainly you can miss left, you can miss right, and you're still going to have a chance of getting that.
Hit foul.
Certainly a nice rebound to this point for Worstall. Work's not over yet, but 0 for 2, or 0 and 2, the count. You like that after you allowed the first 2 to walk.
Cornelius down at third. It's McDonald at second base, and the pitch is up high for a ball. So the count 1 and 2. Game 1 again went to the Lions, 2-1 in 8 innings. That one jams her and she fouls it away. Smith got the start for Rose Holman. Really did throw very well. She took the loss, falling to 6 and 7, but gave it just 6 hits to the number 1 hitting team in the conference.
Team that averages 11 hits, only allowed 6.
Swing and a miss. Lawson strikes out, and Mount St. Joe will leave 2 runners on base. We'll head to the bottom of the first. No score.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Tonight's game brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment, the leading farm equipment dealer in Indiana. Give them a call, 317-849-0810. Leading things off for Rose Holman, it'll be Newsom, Smith, and Worstall. And a nice way to get out of that top half of inning number 1.
Certainly putting themselves in a pinch, did the Fighting Engineers, allowing the first 2 runners on via the walk. but found a way to get out of the jam. Something we saw pretty often in that first game, and we didn't have our first run from MSJ. Obviously, they win 2-1 in extras. Didn't have the first run until the 5th inning. So it's 4 innings of runners getting on, especially early in the lineup, and then Smith, the pitcher, finding a way to get out of a jam. So it's certainly what we just saw in inning number 1 of the second leg of the twin bill.
Well, the pitcher will be a lefty, so an adjustment will have to be made here for the Rose-Hulman hitters in game number 2, as we will see Molly Sharp, 6-3 on the year. This will be her 13th start. A ERA of 3.38, 54 strikeouts, and 17 walks. Coming into this one here tonight in game 2.
Yeah, she started more games than anybody else on the roster with 12. Typically the team's top starting pitcher. ERA a little bit higher than the other two. But because those other two great pitchers, the freshmen, are both relievers for the most part. So, the longer you stay in the game, tend to give up a couple more runs. So 3.38 still a nice little ERA for Miss Sharp.
And had a little pop of the fastball right there as well. So Newsom back in, and the high pitch, and she takes a cut and misses.
A lot of pop from that fastball.
Lopman started the first game. Held Rose-Hulman pretty much in check, and certainly a good start for her in the first game, and then gave it up to Reimers, who ended up getting the win. Breaking pitch, caught looking.
Like I said, the strike zone is a lot different than it was in the previous game, so these batters and pitchers both have to adjust. You got to learn while you're sitting in the dugout, keep an eye. What does the strike zone look like? What is he calling? And you might have to swing a little bit more often, especially early in the game, until you figure out what's going to be called and what's not. You certainly don't want to get set down with a backwards K.
Well, I'll tell you what, when you look at this staff, there's a swing and a miss.
Goodness.
Again. These freshman pitchers for Mount St. Joseph, they've got quite a future ahead of them.
Absolutely, and it makes you feel great if you are a Lions fan that the future is there for these pitchers, assuming that they all stay. This is one heck of a staff. I mean, we talked about the two freshmen that were just nearly lights out in that first game. And Sharp rounding it out with a nice trifecta.
Sharp again out of Hebron, Kentucky. Head in the count, no balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball that's low.
Tough to leave that one alone with the 0-2 count and the strike zone as big as it is right now. But nice discipline there at the plate from Smith. Certainly had a game to forget 0 for 3, including that final out.
Focusing too much on the pitching side, which I don't blame her.
Yeah, great game pitching like we've detailed. And that's what it's going to take when you play a team like this. You got to make sure the pitching is on point, and yeah, to your point. Oh, that's right. Now I have to go bat. Now she gets to focus solely on batting and just playing third base.
That's going to be in there for a called third strike. Back-to-back strikeouts now for Sharp, and that'll bring up Worstel.
And how about Sharp there? She can certainly throw some Ks. That is her 56th of the year. She's only pitched 50 innings. She has been fantastic when it comes to these Ks. And she's only walked 17 batters, so that's not a bad little ratio.
This is interesting watching Sharp. She's looking at her watch. And so that tells me whatever is being relayed to her is electronic, right? I mean, wouldn't that make sense?
She could just have a hot date tonight. She wants to see what time it is. She's got to get this game to wrap up so she can head out to the Fazoli's.
Oh, an expensive place.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, like us. Here's the 0-1. Yeah, like Ben said, great breadsticks at Fazoli's.
Well, poor Ben just lost his windshield with that ball. Goes into the parking lot.
He didn't care. He's on his way to Vegas.
Yep.
Or Fazoli's. Or Fazoli's in Vegas. No balls, 2 strikes here to Worstel. Off-speed pitch, hit foul. Good cut there by Worstel to stay alive. All I know is you're back from Vegas. He's going to Vegas.
When's your turn?
I don't have that kind of money. I don't get the money you guys get for doing these games. If I had Ben's money, I'd throw mine away. No balls, 2 strikes. War still back in. Here's the pitch, and she'll stay alive. We're back here tomorrow for baseball doubleheader. That'll begin the first game now at 11 o'clock. Swing and a miss, striking out the side. We will head now to inning number 2, no score.
No hits, no errors.
Tonight's game brought to you in part by the Morales Group. They're in business to create a better future for you, your family, and the community we share. Give them a call, 317-472-7600. It'll be Kennedy to lead things off, followed by Hankenhoff and Wiltermude here in inning number 2. Kennedy was 1 for 3 in the first game of the Twin Bill, and she'll take that pitch in there for a strike.
Gonna have a lot of called strikes. That's how 2 of the batters for Rose-Hulman were set down. How about that? 3 batters, top lineup, 3 strikeouts. That was incredible work from Molly Sharp. And when you're MSJ and when you're the head coach in Beth Gotterwis, you're probably thinking going into the year, all right, my 3 best pitchers are all freshmen. And while I like my recruits, I don't know how good we're going to be this year. Well, then your offense backs it up with being the #1 offense in the HCAC. And then you have one of the top pitching staffs in the conference as well with the way that those 3 freshmen have been playing. All 3 have been hits. They've all been lights out. And just how about the recruiting job there from MSJ? You go from being, we'd probably be a good team this year to, now we're #1 in the conference.
Swing and a miss by Kennedy. That'll be the second strikeout now for the Rose-Hulman starter in game number 2 in Worstel, and that'll bring up Hankenhoff. That time Hankenhoff in the last game was a pinch hitter, did have an RBI, getting the start in game 2 in right field, or I should say at first base. And the pitch. Swing and a miss.
When we talk about the depth of this lineup, Hankenhoff, she only started now. This is her 18th game, so she only starts about half the time, hitting over 400. So yesterday she was a pinch hitter, hitting over in the earlier game, that is, a pinch hitter coming out of the dugout with a 400 batting average. Pretty impressive.
Pitch is high and tight. 2 balls and a strike. Hankenhoff, of course, played her high school softball in Greenwood, Indiana. Takes that one for strike 2.
Good chunk of these ladies on the roster from different places in Indiana. Obviously,
in fact, Mount St. Joe's full of players.
Yeah.
The roster has them all up and down.
More than Rose-Hulman, surprisingly.
Yeah. Pitch is outside, so count goes to 3 balls, 2 strikes. Hankenhoff, Wiltermude on deck. Hit foul. So Mount St. Joe now 12-1 in the conference, and that gives them now a 1.5 game lead over Transylvania.
But again, this weekend just continues to get tougher for this Lions squad. Obviously, 2 against Rose-Hulman today on the road.
3 straight now for Worstel.
I thought it was impressive that Sharp had set down 3 in a row. Now Worstel, 6 straight strikeouts between these 2 pitchers. I'd say while this strike zone remains high, continue to take advantage of that and you'll get some more chases.
There's a strike to Wiltermood.
Again, he's gonna call a lot of these. This umpire has a date at Fazoli's tonight as well. He's trying to get out of here. But yeah, it's a tough weekend. Oh my goodness. Keep them coming.
Better be a hitter.
Keep them in that area. It is a tough weekend for MSJ. You sit at the top of the conference now, but who knows 3 days from now. 6 games in 3 days, and 4 of those are against the top 2 of the top 3 teams in the conference. Easy for me to say. Supposed to play Transy last night, and that would have brought a lot of clarity to the standings, but that one got rained out, so they'll instead move that to Monday.
Ground ball right side. The slow roller picked up by Coleman. Throws to first. A 1-2-3 inning. We will head to the bottom of inning number 2. Still no score.
A good engineer, a good mathematician, a good scientist can identify problems.
But in order to be a great scientist or engineer, you've got to have curiosity and you've got to have creativity, and that's what's going to set you apart.
You can't teach curiosity. You just need to encourage your student to be curious. Curious in anything that they do. Curious so that it brings out the innovations, the new ideas.
Tonight's game is brought to you in part by Boilermaker Local 374, where they represent highly skilled workers in field construction here in Indiana. You can count on Boilermaker Local 374. Head to the bottom of inning number 2. Sarvis, Hodges, and Schnippel all due up now for the Fighting Engineers.
We've seen 9 straight batters retired after the opening 2 got on base via the walk. These pitchers both found their groove, they're dealing, and it certainly helps the way that the home plate umpire has been calling a lot of strikes. If you're anywhere in the same area code as that home plate, probably going to call that one a strike. So continue to take advantage of that. You can kind of play with the boundary a little bit. See if you can't get some batters to chase. I mean, we just saw the top 3 hitters for Rose-Hulman all strike out. 2 of them look in the other direction.
Sarvis 1 for 3 in game 1. Will take that pitch outside. And what do we have here?
Well, the umpire was shocked that it was called a ball. No, that's not it. Okay. Looks like he's talking to Miss Sharp about how she's stepping on and off the rubber. Has a little bit of an issue with that. Means you and I will pay more attention to that, her next wind-up.
And
now you wonder how that affects Sharp, because now it's one more thing she's got to think about outside of her routine. Got to make sure to appease that umpire out there, make sure she's setting her foot down the right way and launching it the right way. That does add a little extra element.
Well, let's see if it affects her here. It didn't on that pitch.
No, it did not. And you saw there, maybe she lifted her foot up a hair on the kind of top of her backswing. I wonder if that's something. Maybe he didn't like how high her foot was leaving the rubber. That certainly could be something.
There's a called strike.
Not
you know
affecting her.
What I find interesting, though, we're about as far away as the umpire. How you can see something like that?
Well, he's paid to keep an eye on that. You and I are just paid to keep a scorebook.
That one reaching out into center field. Base hit. First hit for Rose-Hulman.
First hit for either team. We're not going to have a combined no-hitter today like I thought.
You know why I say that, too? Because there is so much dirt around that pitching rubber. Yeah. I've got binoculars, and you can barely see it.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, here is Hodges. Earlier today, Hodges 1 for 2. Each team in that earlier contest, 6 hits apiece. Bunt laid down third base side. Bukowski throws on to first. They'll advance the runner to second base, and that'll bring up Schnippel.
Playing some small ball. Get the runner on, get him over, get him in. Got him over halfway. Going to try and do that one more and see if they can get her in from there. But when you have the hitting day that you have had to this point, they've really, really struggled to hit in that last game. Why not see if you can't lay down a couple sacrifices?
Good cut that time by Schnippel.
Yeah, Schnippel's not looking to bunt. That's for sure.
No. Rose-Hulman with a runner in scoring position for the first time in game 2, and another good cut by Schnippel. And she's up there ready to hit.
Be huge here for Rose-Hulman if you can get on the board early. Not only you give Warstall some run support that she hasn't had the last handful of games, but you do this early, that completely changes the complexion of this game. We were scoreless through 4.5 last game. Get one on here soon could certainly help.
Line drive to the second baseman who makes the catch and forcing the runner back to second, and that'll bring up Coleman.
Kind of a 3/4 swing there. Took a step out, took a swing at a ball that was a little bit out. If she was able to hang on and swing a little bit harder, that certainly would have been down for a base hit and maybe more. But just unfortunate little combination of things there.
Another big cut this time by Coleman. Rose-Hulman in game 1 had a runner in scoring position in the second. They also had 2 left on base in the 4th inning. They did get a run in that 4th. They had another one in the 5th inning. And then in that 8th inning, they did get a runner to third base. So they had opportunities in game 1. Here's the 1-1 pitch, popped up into foul territory, and it will stay foul.
Nice chase there from both Lawson and Eubanks. Or rather, Hankenhoff over there at first.
So we will stay at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Fly ball, center field. McDonald is there, makes the catch. And Rose-Hulman will leave a runner on base here in the second. We head to the third, no score.
We're doing things so quickly. A lot of times we know that we need help. So our professors all know us by name.
Basically, everybody knows everybody here.
That one-on-one personal connection you're getting with the faculty, you don't get that a lot of places.
We are not just saying, here, go do this hard project. We are right there with them. We work with them.
The faculty are there for you.
Back at Rose-Hulman, we are scoreless through a pair of innings. A reminder, this game is brought to you in part by Piper Logistics. For more than 2 decades, the trusted professionals in inventory management and transportation needs. Call 317-396-1023. That's Piper Logistics. I'm Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darren Gowski. 0-0 heading into the top of the third, and boy, Warstall has pitched pretty well. Aside from the opening 2 walks that she surrendered, she's retired the next 6. Now she'll see Flynn at the bottom of the lineup card, the ever speedy and still good hitter, the second baseman, Elena Flynn. And then we kick it back up to the top with Cornelius and McDonald. But first, the 9-hole hitter. And her first offering right down the middle of the plate. This might not be necessary these first few innings because the strike zone has been wide. You can kind of miss a little bit and still get a nice call. This one, a healthy swing, but it comes in very late.
You know, that might be the reason why, again, you walked Cornelius, you walked McDonald, and once you figure out where you can throw and get away with it, probably why she had settled down a little bit.
She's had 3 swinging strikeouts since those opening 2 walks. This one swung on again, and it's again late. Probably going to give her another fastball here if I were to guess.
Yeah, Flynn trying to slap that one the opposite way.
Flynn 0 for 2 did score the team's first run. This one sent down, and they're going to call an out.
Yeah, I think she stepped out of the batter's box and the ball hit her as she stepped out with that left foot.
Where does that go in the scorebook as?
Strikeout.
There you go. So that is the 4th now for Miss Warstall. And she is now retired the bottom 7 after these opening 2 walks. That would be Cornelius, who walked to start the game off and was stranded over on third. Her first offering is high and out of the zone. Cornelius, who was 2 for 3 in that first game of the doubleheader, she scored the winning, or rather go-ahead run, later represented the winning run, and sends this one into the grass.
You know, this is still impressive when you think about Smith and now Warstall, though early in the 3rd inning, and you've given up just 6 total hits during this entire time in a team that averages 11 per game.
This one out of the zone. Yeah, and the team that leads the conference in batting average and runs scored and hits in every major hitting category. It is very impressive what these 2 pitchers have done. They've been dealing today. And now, unfortunately, both have kind of struggled to hit their opposing pitchers. MSJ just been a slight tier above when it comes to pitching today. Another foul. I've seen a couple of those consecutively. The count even at 2. Nobody on here. Swung on, 4-3, ground out, 2 outs.
Well, Cornelius trying to go that way. I was watching Pierce in center field. She was shaded over toward left, so she was thinking maybe if I could just get this over the second baseman's head, could possibly have a 2-bagger right there. Unfortunately, reaching out on a pitch on the outside, ended up just grounding out easily.
Now it's Emily McDonald. That second batter from the first inning that was gifted first base. She was then left in scoring position over on second. Watches the first ball. I mean, that's one that was a ball in the first game, and these are all strikes now. This is, I mean, obviously, this umpire crew switches around, and we see a big difference there. A lot of these, you just got to swing at if they're close. That was the strategy there.
Well, and again, people have different feelings about whether you like a bigger strike zone or something. I actually like a bigger strike zone. I'd rather have players get up there and swing the bat.
Yeah. You know, some walks can change the game, but, you know, nothing changes it like some strikeouts or some big hits. So I agree. I'm in the camp. If it's close, I'm going to grunt that one through as well. McDonald hitting over 400 on the year. She awaits the 1-2 and sends that one foul. And yeah, we've seen a lot of foul balls because of that. Maybe some pitches that these batters would like to take off. Instead, they're swinging. And Warstall's just been forcing them to head to the parking lot. Out of the zone evens the count. Transylvania baseball with a win behind us against Rose Holman. A few minutes ago, 13-2 was that final. Troy, you and I will be over in that press box tomorrow as this one gets through. For an outfield single.
Yeah,
McDonald a hit in 2 straight.
I was going to say the game was relatively close every time I looked over there. Just really exploded toward the end of that one.
Bullpen came in and the run started to pour in for Transy. But senior day tomorrow, so you and I will be over in that press box, RHIT.TV, similar to here. We'll have a doubleheader for you there, Rose Holman and Transylvania. As the no-hit bid ended in the 3rd inning. The pitcher Warstall. McDonald with her first of this game. And Shelby Rakowski, 0 for 4 last game. Oh, she's going to reach. Does she? No, she doesn't. Oh, the throw comes just in time. How about Coleman, who loses it initially, picks it up, and just barely throws the runner out. And Rakowski retired. We remain scoreless, heading to the bottom of the third, RHIT.TV.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Zeros across the board, minus the 2 hits this game. Bottom of the third, and we've yet to tally on a run. This is game 2 of a doubleheader from Rose-Hulman, and the Fightin' Engineers up to the plate with Grace Boer making her first plate appearance this afternoon. End of the evening. Gets the start today in this second game, and her first pitch will result in a 5-3 ground out. Extending to make the play was Hankenhoff, who snatches it from Rakowski. And on the first pitch of this bottom of the third, the runner is retired.
You know, facing a left-hander like that and coming in for the first time today, maybe would have been a little more patient, like maybe see a pitch or two.
But you can't be too patient, because if it's close, it's going to be called a strike. We've seen this, a big strike zone, and there's a perfect example of it. A lot of umpires would have called that one maybe a ball. He says, no, sir. First game took nearly 2 hours. He's trying to keep this one much shorter than that. Lucille Pierce, check swing, but she crosses, so strike 2.
That's being a little too anxious.
Pierce is 1 for 2 with a double in the first game. Swings and misses, and it's another K, the 4th to the name of Molly Sharp.
Well, it certainly is an advantage with Sharp, again, depending on where you're getting those calls. Hitter's going to have to come up and maybe make decisions that they normally wouldn't make, but I'm sure they've seen it before this year, so you just have to adjust as a hitter.
Top of the lineup card reached Jessica Newsom, the catcher. She swings at the first one. She struck out looking, and certainly trying not to do that again. She swings immediately. That to lead off the bats for Rose-Hulman in the first. She's a .380 hitter. Very talented, all-conference player. And watches ball 1. And she had the team's only run in that first game of the doubleheader. Sharp checks her watch. That is, of course, telling her whatever the call is. Launches the according pitch, and this one sent foul into the parking lot.
So is there an app for that, or is it just
She might just be checking the score of the ball game. Is she a Reds fan? I think they're delayed. Maybe the Cubs game that just started. This one, a healthy swing, and 2 strikeouts for Jessica Newsom. 2 straight strikeouts to end the third. Scoreless through 3, RHIT.TV.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Dynamark, that's your one one-stop shop locally for print, signs, and mailing services. That's in Indianapolis. Call 317-328-2555. Dynamark. Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darengowski, RHIT.TV. We've got another tight one, a pair of pitchers' duels, at least to this point in Paradise. The rain held off. Boy, we got rained on, a little sprinkle, about half the drive down I-70 to get here, but not a ton after that. Set up for a nice Friday night of softball. This is the final game of the regular season for Rose-Hulman, and if they can't get a win, it very well could end up being the final game of the season. Teetering toward the end of that, top 6 teams make the postseason tournament that starts next Thursday, and they're currently 5th, but Manchester a game behind them, nipping at the heels, and Anderson just 2 games behind them, nipping at their heels.
And Hanover not far behind either.
Yeah.
So.
And guess what? Anderson and Hanover play each other, so if there's a sweep one of those ways, all of a sudden you're sweating. Now if they can split, you're good. But that series to come tomorrow, it's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Well, as we talked about earlier, the key again, if you're the top team, you get a chance to host, and that can make a huge difference.
This one high out of the zone for ball 1. Yeah, obviously MSJ top of the conference for now, 12-1. Their conference record, they've just been stellar, but they've also played the majority of the bottom teams. This one foul tip. Played them all the bottom teams. 4 here, Rose-Hulman ranked 5th all the way through 10. They play Transylvania, the 2nd team, on Monday, and then Earlham comes on Sunday. So certainly not what you drew up. Obviously some rain delays and rainouts pushed you there as this one lifted high. Foul territory, and it will be caught by Smith. The first down of the inning is Lauren Miller. You didn't want to play your final 2 series against the 2 best teams, just days before the tournament, but Mother Nature said it's what you have to do.
Yeah, and the way the schedule sets right now, you're thinking certainly if you're playing Bluffton or Berea, you're feeling that you're going to get 3 wins out of that, so Franklin could very well end up with 13, 12 wins out of that, and then again, when you look at Manchester, against a team that hasn't won a conference game in Berea.
With that being said, Bluffton hadn't won a whole lot. We saw them get a nice little upset over Earlham last week, so anything can happen, especially when you maybe go in sleeping into a doubleheader. But, yeah, certainly Rose-Hulman would love to get a win here and alleviate some of that issue as we get a full swing and a full miss. 1-2 the count.
Well, you take away those 2 walks to begin the game.
Oh, yeah, she's been shoving.
Crazy.
3 Ks, only allowed a hit. This is McKinley Lawson, the catcher, who pops this one up, and it is caught by Rose-Hulman's catcher in Jessica Newsom. So the first 2 retired.
Yeah, great job by Newsom getting out from behind the plate as quick as she did. Now, that could have taken a funny bounce and went foul, but bottom line is she hustled to get the out.
And that will bring up the right fielder, Maddie Kennedy. 1 for 3 in that first game. She did strike out. The second of 3 straight K victims from Warstall. That was back in the 2nd inning.
If you're in the outfield, you might as well just take the night off so far.
Pull up a lawn chair. Maybe see if there's any dandelions that need picked out there.
Not much action, though.
The 0-1 pitch is offered at, and a healthy swing again.
Kennedy looking down at the first base coach like,
what do you want me to do?
Yeah.
Warstall's pitched very well to this point. 3.09 ERA on the year. 8-5 is her record, and she sets her down looking. That's how we end this half of the inning. Bottom of the 4th after this.
No hits, no errors, and none left.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combine that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
We've played 3.5 innings. We've seen 10 strikeouts and we've seen 2 hits. It is a true pitcher's duel from Rose-Hulman. This game brought to you in part by Officially Human. Their mission to restore respect to game officials like these 2 referees, or these 2 umpires, I beg your pardon, down on the field. Do your part and practice good sportsmanship. If we don't have officials, we cannot play. Officially Human. Helping bring you this broadcast. Nathaniel Finch, Troy Darengowski, RHIT.TV. 0-0. The home half of the 4th inning. And watching strike 1 is Aubrey Smith, the second hitter in this lineup. You might as well, if it's close, you might as well swing, because it's going to get called a strike regardless. She watches the first 2 go by and it evens the count.
Well, you even look at this. You have, the 1 base hit by Sarvis and 1 fly ball in the outfield. Other than that, everything's been in the infield or a strikeout.
5 Ks for Sharp, who offers here the 1-1 outside. So each pitcher has 5 strikeouts. You don't see that very often in softball to begin with. It's not like baseball where we're getting deep into the counts. It's such a hitter's game that high numbers of strikeouts, pretty impressive, and that's the case here.
Yeah.
Check swing outside of the zone, didn't cross the plate, so it's 3-1. And now if you're Smith, do you just pull up your chair and watch this one cross in front of you?
You know, I'm not going to leave it to chance. If she gives me a good one, I'm going to take a swing at it.
She didn't, and she is gifted first base to lead off this half of the inning.
A good piece of hitting there for Smith. Able to watch that pitch really close, but then didn't bite on it the way that Sharp had hoped. So now, see if we can get something rolling here.
Phoebe Warstall has done everything inside the pitching circle. Can she do it inside this rectangle she stands now? 0 for 1 with a K this game. She did have the team's only RBI in the first half of today's twin bill. This one does not cross the plate by my estimation, but it's still called a strike.
Well, that's why you play some at home and some on the road.
That's right. Warstall awaits the pitch. High up out of the zone. We're even. The leadoff runner is Aubrey Smith over there. Getting walked, stands on first. Only the second base runner today for Rose-Hulman in this game. Showing the barrel. Warstall pops this one up. It goes foul. Very dangerous on a bunt. But she escapes.
I was watching a D1 pitcher the other day, and her training was to put a board right down the middle of the plate, and you had to hit each side. So nothing was down the middle, and she was hitting all of them, by the way.
Hit the board or miss it, but stay in the zone?
Okay. Yeah, stay in the zone, but yeah.
That's tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one sent foul. The count stays 1-2. That's impressive.
Yeah, I've never seen that before, but all the pitches she threw, she never missed. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a great approach. Just don't put anything right out over the plate.
The 1-2 offering from Sharp, and it's swung on, and a third straight foul ball into the net. Warstall certainly battling. Nearly 400, her batting average on the year. And here's a big opportunity with a runner on first to lead off the bottom of the 4th. That one in the dirt. Ooh, the runner thought about advancing, has to get back and does just in time.
Well, if Lawson doesn't double clutch right there, I think she had a real good chance of getting Smith.
Smith pitched the first game. She's now standing on first. Warstall pitching this one masterfully to this point. She's in the batter's box with no outs. Swings at the 2-2. The foul tip, strikeout. It is the 6th of the game for Molly Sharp, and boy, sharp she has been. Brings up Caitlin Sarvis. does have Rose-Hulman's lone hit. It was a single to lead off the second inning. Her second hit today total. Oh, she swung at that one and missed it. Sharp is absolutely dealing right now. Looking at the watch there on her right hand. Whatever it's telling her, it's working. The lefty offers, swung on, and it's sent foul. 0-2, a pitcher's count.
By the way, I wanted to let you know, too, and I find this fascinating, how well Rose-Hulman's pitching today is Mount St. Joseph has been averaging 8 runs per game. They had 2 in the first, have not scored in the second.
How's that?
I mean, that's telling you something, right?
Not bad. It's something we talked about in the open of the broadcast, Troy, that we're going to have some masterful pitching if you're a fan of the team in gray. And they've gotten that to this point. It's just a matter of, well, MSJ's pitching has also been just as masterful and kept the bats cold for the Fighting Engineers. Swung on, another strikeout. The 7th today for Miss Molly Sharp. She set down 2 straight.
Hard to catch up with, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. And now Emily Hodges laid a sac bunt in the second, so it's her first chance to actually swing the bat against Sharp. But these batters are trembling facing this freshman. Swung on, sent to the shortstop, and she'll be safe. An error. Wiltermuth sent it to Hankenhoff, who let it bounce off her glove.
Yeah, just a routine play, too. Got to make those kind of plays. Going to win close games.
And that's the first error of the day for MSJ. And pretty impressively, not a lot of errors total for the Lions at all this year. So that is a rare occurrence. Second in the conference with only 28 errors. Now, to put that in perspective, Rose-Hulman has 42 of them.
You know, one thing about this game here, playing under the lights, is a left-handed pitcher and a right-handed hitter. Sometimes it's not as easy to pick that ball up. You think it would be, being a right-handed hitter.
Ball's in the dirt. Runners could advance. The throw not in time. They do. 2 in scoring position with 2 out thanks to the wild pitch. Smith on third. Hodges on second for Schnippel at the plate.
Talked about it earlier about little things making a big difference, and right now this is a chance here for Rose-Hulman to cash in on 2 mistakes.
And Sharp had a chance if this next one was a hit, a single, still a chance to keep the sheet clean, but suddenly a single scores. This one, oh, no matter. Goes right to Hankenhoff, who takes 2 steps and taps her left cleat onto the bag. We head scoreless through 4 to the top of the 5th, RHIT.TV.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Hey, thanks for joining us tonight. We consider it a privilege to have you as one of our listeners and viewers. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN, which means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Tonight's second game of our doubleheader brought to you in part by Family Source Insurance. Pat Cherry representing Ohio Mutual Insurance. For more information, give him a call, 317-894-7000. Hankenhoff will lead things off. Here in the 5th inning, still no score. Ground ball down the line. It'll be a fair ball.
Man.
And Smith had it for the moment, then dropped it.
And she made the right choice trying to make a play. That would have been fair if she let it go, just barely hopping over the plate. But boy, yeah, if she could have converted that. A little switch hands, a little bit easier. It's tough being the right-hander and that one fully across your body. But regardless, that's an error.
It certainly is, and we may have a runner down at first for Hankenhoff. Try to get a little more speed out there in a scoreless game.
Yeah, especially when you get the leadoff reach, you might as well. For the second
this young
time
lady
today.
in the first game, right? Streval out of Edinburgh.
Now each team has committed an error. Rose Holman won each game. Of course, led off the first game of this doubleheader with an error, the very first swing.
Wiltermude will square to bunt and bunts it foul.
Can you tell we're scoreless?
Mm-hmm.
Can you tell we're scoreless? We get a pinch runner in the middle of this game in the 5th inning, and then we're showing the barrel immediately. Trying to play some small ball here, and just all it's going to take potentially is just one run. Last game only took 2. So they're trying. Let's not swing the bat. Let's just see if we can move some runners around.
And that'll be a foul ball as well. So now you're down 0-2.
Yeah, now you have to swing.
Well, I'll tell you one thing for sure. The way these 2 games have gone, you have to feel very good if you're Rose Holman. You get a chance maybe to play them again in the tournament. You've shown you can stay with them.
With the top team in the conference, right?
Yes. Ground ball right side. Backhanded by the first baseman. Schnippel throws down to second. They'll get the out there. Nice play by Schnippel to get the out.
Barely got that one in time. How about when Schnippel had it, there was nobody on second at the time. She had to wait for Hodges to catch up and make it over there. Got it just in time. Hodges scooped it up and, by just barely, by a little inch, made the play.
Lynn will step in, takes that first pitch for a strike. She was a strikeout victim in the 3rd. Righty against lefty here in the 5th inning. Slaps it into left field. The catch made there by Sarvis, and 2 away.
Certainly got a hold of that ball. It was kind of a 3/4 swing. You wonder if she could have stepped in and really put a full swing into that one. That could have been dangerous. But a nice play out there by Sarvis. You move from second base out there to left field and show where you belong.
Cornelius takes it for a strike. 0 for 1 in game 2. She walked, left stranded at 3rd in the 1st inning. War still working quickly. Going inside.
Surprised that one didn't get called a strike, right? The way we've seen some of these. It's certainly allowing this game to fly by after the first game lasted just about 2 hours. This one, I know you're not supposed to say it, but this one's been zooming.
Yeah, don't say that.
Now it could be, we could be heading toward our 15th inning a couple hours from now, but we'll see.
Here's your 2-1 pitch. Lifted high in the air down the line. Hoffman in foul territory will squeeze it there for the final out here in the 5th inning. Mount St. Joe leaves a runner on base. We head to the bottom of the 5th. Still no score.
So my goal is to get involved in space industry and learn about what lies beyond the Earth's horizon. I came across Rose Rocketry. I saw, hey, they're doing some really cool stuff. They're building rockets. Being at Rose, I was able to hone my engineering skills to push myself to get involved in the field further and learn about all these different opportunities. And I don't think I would have really gotten that at a bigger university.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt.
Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
Into the bottom half of the 5th, it'll be Coleman, Boer, and Newsom. Second time we've had a low-scoring contest here tonight.
A couple pitchers' duels. MSJ not used to being in these. They have such a heavy-hitting offense. But some great pitching. 3 fantastic freshmen in there in the circle, and this is the 3rd we've seen today. There's Molly Sharp. She has been outstanding.
Boy, if you can continue to build your offense around these three pitchers for the next 3 years.
Oh, yeah.
Count quickly at 0-2. The 0-2 pitch on the way is outside. Coleman will have to protect here, still down at 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch on the way is a breaking ball outside. So 2-2 now to Coleman.
Followed that one like a cat with a laser. Really was wanting to swing before the pitch was thrown. Good discipline there not to make the critical mistake. Yeah, that's one that she's wanting back. She's pretty upset herself for swinging at that because it was well outside. Now you never know what it would have been called, because we've gotten a lot of these clear balls that have been called strikes. So I don't fault the batter for swinging, but you could tell as soon as she did, she said, could have let that one go.
This is better than going down, huh? 3-2. Yeah, I don't know about you, but going down looking sometimes, it's just not a good feeling.
Yeah, do not like that. I'd rather go down swinging, absolutely. Is this the first time we've had a full count this game? Aside from the opening 2 walks. But
it's been close.
Yeah.
Lead-off walk.
Certainly the first walk for Sharp. Second walk.
Yep, walked Smith in the 4th. Here's Boer 0 for 1.
That's why they try to limit my airtime. I say some things like that where bosses back home are saying, you know, we need to put this guy on camera or something next game.
Boer is a sophomore. Will square to bunt. Bunts it in the air.
Man.
Caught by Rakowski coming in at third base. That's a big out there.
I thought she was going to put that over the head of Rakowski, but unable to, and that's obviously a nightmare when you lay a bunt down and it instead goes up. And that's such a waste of a chance there.
Called those a missed opportunities.
Yeah.
Newsom 0 for 2, struck out twice. Take the first one in there for a strike. Caught looking in the first, struck out swinging in the third. That's a big cut.
Absolutely. She could have made contact with that. Ball would still be flying. But that's been the beauty of what Sharp's been able to do. She's just launching these things past the batters. They don't even have a chance. Yeah, there's another example.
Yep, she went around. Third strikeout of Newsom tonight. 2 away, and that'll bring up Smith.
The 8th total by Sharp. You got to be kidding me. This is softball. You don't see this very often. And Newsom is the team's maybe their best hitter. And 3 Ks to start this game, that is unheard of. Or rather, Piers with a pair of Ks. Yeah, like you said. Goodness.
That's right. It was Piers.
Yeah. I mean, Sharp is just doing everything. She can't go wrong up there.
So back to the top of the order. A swing and a miss by Newsom.
I mean, see how healthy that swing was, and she still couldn't catch up to it.
Sharp throwing here in the 5th and is just as good as she has been since inning number 1. Still a runner down at first base, swing and a miss. So not only you have to worry about the fastball that she is throwing, she throws that off-speed pitch and you're so far out in front of it.
Wouldn't be surprised if that's what we see here with a 1-2 count.
Ground ball, third base side. It'll be a fair ball. Throw to first, and Rakowski will get him out of the half inning. We head to the 6th inning. No score.
At the end of the bottom of the 5th.
Anxious over algebra? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org. Confused by chemistry? Call Ask Rose, the free science and math homework helpline. It's free world-class tutoring. Just call, chat, email, or screen share. Learn more at AskRose.org.
Here at Rose Hulman, we will head to the 6th inning. It'll be McDonald, Rakowski, and Miller all due up in a scoreless game in game number 2. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Aspen Creek Grill. Amazing fresh food, servers who care about the service. Give them a call, 866-885-3249. Well, 2 games. I don't think any of us expected it to be 1 hit each. No runs in the second game. We're seeing almost a carbon copy of what we had in game number 1.
This against 2 of the top 5 offenses in the conference, with MSJ being number 1 in every big category. I mean, these pitchers have been outstanding. It's been a lot of fun to watch. You know, everybody loves to see runs. They love to see hits. They love to see these big bats, but every now and then a good pitcher's duel. You got to love it.
McDonald singular last time up in the 3rd. And the first pitch in there for a strike. Warstall got in trouble with those 2 walks in the first inning, but since then, that one right back to Warstall, knocks it down, but can't make the play. So an infield single by McDonald, her second hit. And that'll bring up Rakowski.
That is McDonald, who now has a hit in 11 straight games. She's been fantastic over the last month or so.
If I'm not mistaken, the first hit, McDonald, since we've seen the last hit in the 3rd inning by McDonald.
Yeah. So she's 2 for 2. The rest of her team, I'm not going to do the math, but 0 for a lot.
That pitch a little bit outside. Count is even at 1 ball, 1 strike. That one back to the pitcher. Warstall snags it, throws it to first, the double play.
Kicking herself for not getting McDonald out. And what does she do? Gets the double play. That was impressive. I mean, look how quick she gets her glove up and then knows she could just take it nice and easy. Hand it to the first baseman, Schnippel. That was impressive.
Well, McDonald, in certainly her defense, certainly an opportunity to maybe get to 3rd if that ball got through. Here is Skylar Fletcher out of Greenville, Ohio. Fletcher hitting for Miller in the number 4 spot.
How about her batting average? 700. She's actually seen a good chunk of ABs, so it's not like it's not like she's only been up to the plate 3 times. She's 7 for 10. How is she not seeing more time? And she scored 20 runs. I'd imagine that means she's a pinch runner in a lot of situations.
Well, she's quickly down at 0-2.
7 for 10, though. That is an impressive number. 5 RBIs. Couple extra base hits. I'd like to see her in the lineup a little bit more.
Base hit into left field.
8 for 11, Troy. What in the world? She is, as a pinch hitter, come on. Pretty impressive.
So a runner on base. Here is Lawson, who is 0 for 2.
Just a sophomore. I think she's earning herself a spot in the starting lineup for sure.
Well, proven to be a good left-handed hitter as Lawson steps in. Swing and a miss. Warstall has only given up now 3 hits.
Assuming Lauren Miller's day is over, 0 for 5 between these 2 games at the plate. Certainly forgettable.
There's a called strike. 2 away here in the 6th inning. That one's going to be hit to left field. That's going to get out of the reach of Hodges. Back-to-back base hits, 3rd hit of the inning now for Mount St. Joseph, and that'll bring up Kennedy.
So we're talking about how Warstall's only allowing a hit with 5 Ks through 5 innings. And now all of a sudden, breaking this thing open. 4 batters faced and 3 singles. Now, the good news is you have 2 outs, so just get 1 more here. Just focus on your batter. Only 1 in scoring position, but how about the way that these offenses have kind of come alive?
And at the right time.
Yeah.
Kennedy, 2 strikeouts, big cut and a miss.
Well behind that one. Both of these starting pitchers with a lot of heat on these fastballs.
The 0-1.
What does your radar gun say there, Troy?
I don't know.
That is some high-speed pitching.
Yeah, Warstall's been very impressive, and even the 2 hits we have seen, those were Texas leaguers that barely got out to the outfield as that pitch high and outside. So it isn't like Mount St. Joe's stinging the softball here in the 6th inning.
And Kennedy, who's really struggled to get ahead on these pitches. She's struck out twice and just been behind on a lot of her swings.
Hit foul to the right.
Still a little behind there.
Well, you get a base hit here, especially if you can get it to the right side. You're possibly going to score for the runner from second. Ground ball, slow roller, shortstop. Hodges to first, and the threat over. 2 runners left on base. We hit at the bottom of the 6th inning. No score. Tonight's game brought to you in part by Wheeler Mission. They've been serving the Indianapolis community for over 131 years, providing help, hope, healing for people in need. Give them a call, 317-686-6239. We head to the bottom half of inning number 6. Smith will lead it off. Just a combined now 3 runs through the 2 games we've played here so far tonight. Pitches up high. Smith struck out looking in the first, walked, stranded at third in the 4th. There's a strike. Rose trying to split this doubleheader, get them back to 10-8, 2 games above the 500 mark in the conference. If they lose tonight, they'll be 9-9. Manchester 8-8. So they will still stay in the number 5 hole.
We talked about the low combined hit numbers, low combined run numbers. How about 23 total strikeouts between these 2 contests so far? Still plenty of time to add to that. And Molly Sharp has 8 of those.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Sharp wanting time there for the moment. And now
an extended moment.
Yeah, I was going to say now Smith is backing out. And we got a coach coming out, going to get an explanation, I think, from the field umpire.
Sounds good. I appreciate you, Emily. Just let me know if anything changes in the meeting. I think the pitcher took too long.
Can you read lips? See what they're saying out there?
I tried.
Yeah, no, we should be right. What happened? Brown on the shortstop is what I had as the last one.
Why don't you go down there and ask him, Troy? He'll tell you.
I might do that.
So they threw a strike.
You know, it's past 9 o'clock. It's past my bedtime.
He called time or something because the pitcher was like, I started
Good thing that hotel's just around the corner. You and I on the baseball doubleheader tomorrow against Transylvania. Senior day for Rose Holman.
And they're hoping for a
much better.
Yes, better result.
Yeah, it was a 13-3 somewhere in that ballpark.
The head coach for the Lions, I heard her say that's terrible.
They call that a balk? Yeah, they sure did. Full count.
So we will stay here at 3-2.
Smith has yet to record a hit today. Just under 400 on the season, so she's certainly capable.
Low and outside, ball 4.
Not a bad way to lead off the inning, a full count walk. Her second inning out of the last 3 to lead off with a walk. Good plate discipline from the pitcher.
Now you need Warstall to come through. She has struck out twice.
Uh-oh.
High fly ball center field. Just got underneath it. McDonald there to make the catch. 1 away.
That one was loud. I thought that one was heading that way, but a nice play there. Routine. McDonald not losing it in the bright lights. Not often these girls play late into the evening. And of course Warstall, who's got plenty of power.
And we have a visit to the circle here with Sarvis coming up next. Don't want anybody to forget again that doubleheader tomorrow has been moved up. It's an 11 o'clock start time for game 1.
Great call. You're going to want to tune into that one. Troy and I. Who doesn't want to hear us at 11 a.m. Saturday afternoon?
Well, there's going to be a lot of interest for sure. All the teams are kind of looking around and seeing what's going on, because bottom line is it's kind of crazy and on the baseball side too. So after a short meeting, we're ready to go once again. First pitch, outside for a ball.
Big
Sarvis.
AB here from Sarvis.
Oh, yeah.
She's already got a single today, let off the second with that, but really needs a nice hit here. Moves Smith over with just an out. Could go a long way.
Squares to bunt, snap throw, and gets into right field. Unfortunately for Smith, she can't get up in time and get down to second as Kennedy backed it up well in right field.
Absolutely backed it up well and probably saved the advancement there. Good thing Keith Myers isn't out there at first with a hollered, hey, go, go, go.
Well, he'd try to score from first.
Yeah.
Make
him make the throw, right?
That's right.
So you can't get 3 errors. Big pitch here. Sharp has been fantastic today. 8 Ks here.
Ground ball up the middle, could be trouble. It gets through. Runners now first and second with 1 out.
How about Sarvis with her 3rd knock of the game, or 2nd of the game, 3rd of the day. And like I said, the implications there. Now you have a runner in scoring position with an out. And in a game like this late, after you've already played 1 extra inning, you know these teams are each keeping it as close as possible. You need a run. You don't want to take this to extra innings when MSJ starts with a runner on second because how well they can move runners around. You don't want to get it to extras.
By the way, we talked about that Transylvania win earlier over Rose-Hulman on the baseball side. Earlham ended up beating Mount St. Joseph in the first game of their doubleheader today.
And extras.
9, 8, and 10. So they got one more to go on that one. There's a fastball right down the middle. Hodges takes it for a strike.
Hodges had a double in that first game. Certainly would like another one of those. Hit the second N and the word engineers out there on the fence.
Fly ball into right field. Could be trouble. Coming on, diving and making the catch is McDonald for out number 2, the defensive play of the game.
Holy smokes. Like you said, that was huge. That just stopped the bases from being loaded with an out. And you know what happens when, I mean, look at this catch. You've got to be kidding me. Look at the ground she makes up for one in shallow right center field and then making that dive. That was impressive.
Here's Schnippel. Still runners at first and second now with 2 outs. This is going to be trouble. That's going to fall in. Diving is McDonald. Can't come up with it. 1 run will score. Rounding third, heading to the plate. And Rose-Hulman leads it 2-0. Schnippel with a big double. And McDonald almost got to that one too. Great effort by McDonald, but a nice hit almost in the same exact location as Hodges.
And almost making the play again was McDonald. You saw the diving attempt there, but it was just hit perfectly into that gap where A, they're not going to make a play on it, and B, that is a 2 RBI double. That was exactly what the doctor ordered for the Fighting Engineers. Fighting they are.
Coleman steps in and takes the first pitch for a strike. Boy, in the way that we have seen the pitching here tonight on both sides, but especially now Warstall a chance to finish it out in the 7th and get a win. That'd be big. That's a foul ball. No balls, 2 strikes now to Coleman. We kind of wondered at some point if somebody was going to come up with a big clutch hit.
We're due for one of those, right? Didn't have hardly any hits at all.
So Sharp set to throw on the pitch. That one right off the fist.
I had mentioned how Rose-Hulman does not want to chance this one in extras, and at least the bats did their part to prevent that from happening. Now you wonder Warstall with a couple of runs of insurance this late in the game might have an impressive little top of the 7th.
Yeah, you have the 7, 8, 9 hitters. Due up, pitches outside. One and 2, again 2 away, 2 runs across. Here for Rose-Hulman. That one's hit into left field. Coming on to make the catch is Cornelius for out number 3, but Schnippel. The 2-run double. We head to the 7th inning. Rose-Hulman leads it 2-0.
Finding the right answer and trying again, that's really what dragged me to aerospace. I saw other people making amazing stuff on 3D printers, and I thought if I combined that art of 3D printing with engineering, I could make something as complex as an airplane. It all changed when I came to Rose-Hulman. I feel amazing that I have still 3 years to do something much more complex.
Hello and welcome to Game Day. My name is Keith Myers. I'm the Vice President of IndianaSRN. We're glad that you joined us today. If you'd like to see more content just like tonight, just hit the donate button. Every dollar that you donate will go right back into more games right here on IndianaSRN. This means more games for you. It's IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
there you see the scoreboard, and those 2 runs making the difference right now. Hankenhoff will lead things off for Mount St. Joseph. They were hoping for the sweep here tonight, but now that's in danger as Warstell looking to complete this one. Trying to reverse what happened in game 1, in which Rose-Hulman ended up losing it in extra innings. Don't forget, we'll have the Morales Group post-game show, named the Piper Logistics Player of the Game. And if Warstell holds on, I have a feeling she will win that award.
Well, you never know.
Well, right back to her. 1 away.
With what Schnippel just did, you never know.
That's true.
Don't be giving away the secrets yet.
We could do a co-player, maybe. That's allowed, isn't it?
Well, now everybody knows what we're going to do. No need to tune in. Go ahead and turn off the broadcast. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Now you know.
Here is Wiltermood with 1 away, popped up foul. Oh, we might just change our mind and give it to somebody else.
Might give it to Troy. He's putting in some hours up here.
Yeah, this is not right. Plus, we got caught in that big traffic jam on 70, though there was nothing there.
A phantom accident, that's right.
Ground ball up the middle. Diving second baseman Coleman turns and throws. Runner is safe.
Oh, man, she was close. Oh, man. That would have been impressive if Coleman and Schnippel could have connected there. Boy, Schnippel doing the splits.
Taking a look at it.
Look at the way she dives for this, but stays on a knee. She doesn't go all out and end up on her belly, because there's no way she'll be able to get up and make the throw. She stretched out and stayed on a knee where she could still get the throw there, and was just a hair short and a hair late. Schnippel had to get off the bag reaching for that.
Can we see that in super slow motion?
That's impressive.
Umpires, while they're meeting, let's take it, see if we can get another look at it here.
Yeah, we confirm it's safe.
All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Yep, her foot was off.
Nice play by the umpire out there.
Thank you, Ben Wood. All right, here's Flynn. One ball, no strikes. Tying run at the plate in Flynn, who's 0 for 2. Count even at 1 ball, 1 strike.
0 for 4 going back to last game as well.
Infield is in. Cats get a chance here for a double play to finish this one. There's a strike on the outside corner. Nice pitch by Warstell.
And now Flynn's going to have to swing.
Yeah, anything close right here for Flynn. Ground ball down the line, foul ball.
Boy, if that stayed fair, man, that was close. If that one stayed fair, we'd be having a much different conversation this next batter.
Well, I know the Mount St. Joe fans on our left thought it was a fair ball. They thought it went over the bag, but that's clearly a foul ball.
I think they also think it's a 3-2 game right now. I don't know. I don't know if we want to go off what the fans out in the crowd are thinking.
We will stay at 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 away here in the top of inning number 7. And the pitch on the way is up high. Dale Flynn's one of those slap hitters, moving a lot in the batter's box. She's very deep in the box on the left side. 2-2 pitch on the way, grounded, base hit into left field. Runners now at first and second as Flynn went the opposite way. And we'll head to the top of the order now, and Cornelius.
You can tell she's been trying to do that the last handful of ABs. Her last one flew out to left field. You just saw the way she roped it down the line. And then finally getting one to go oppo. She's been looking for that one this entire game.
Cornelius on base once in this second game. That was a walk way back in inning number 1. 0 for 2 tonight. Takes that pitch for a strike. Throw down to second, not in time, and the runner at second kind of turned her head just a little bit.
Yep. Now Cornelius did enjoy scoring the go-ahead run in that first game, and you know what she represents right now.
Pitch is up high. Count even at 1 ball, 1 strike. Wiltermuth down at second, Flynn at first. Go-ahead run at the plate here in Cornelius. Hit to right field on the line drive, caught by Hoffman. Throw down to second, not in time, but there's 2 away.
No fear from Hoffman. So many right fielders would just toss that one over to the pitcher. I don't want to risk an error. I don't want to risk this being a pass ball. But she roped it over there to second, just seeing what she could do. Obviously late, but that was impressive.
Well, McDonald, last hope here with 2 away. As Warstall trying to get the complete game victory, and the first pitch is a called strike.
Warstall has 7 complete games this year. Senior day. This is her last game here at home.
Pitch is outside, and McDonald very dangerous in game 2. And a walk in the first, singled in the third, and also singled in the 6th inning.
Yeah, singled twice today in this game. Oh,
ooh, there it is. Strike 2.
Man.
1-2 the count now to McDonald. I don't think she liked that call.
No.
1-2 pitch, slap foul. Well, bottom line is now you better be up there protecting anything close.
Absolutely.
You got to swing it.
Man, this late in the game, you almost want to just leave that as a ball and let these girls swing at some bat. But man, he's been calling that all game.
Pitch up high, 2-2.
Warstall trying to see what she can get away with. Can I end the game with a little looking outside ball?
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 runners on. The pitch on the way, grounded up the middle. That's going to be a base hit. The throw to the plate not in time as Wiltermuth will score, and it's now 2-1.
And the complete game shutout off the table. But again, you're still just an out away from heading home for the next 6 days until the conference tournament next Thursday.
That's always the hardest out, though. You know that.
Absolutely. Nice single there. How about that? McDonald, a 3-hit game, 3 for 3.
They've been on base all 4 times.
Yeah.
And Rakowski steps up. She's 0 for 3.
This
lined out her last time.
Because Rakowski has been, frankly, terrible today, but she's been the conference's best hitter all season. She's due.
Fastball called strike. A little more juice on that one from Warstall.
0 for 7 coming up here. She is absolutely due to crush one.
The 0-1 pitch. Good swing and hit foul.
Rakowski, who has 4 home runs this season. She leads the league in batting average, hits, RBIs, and triples. So this is, she's been awful today, but she is absolutely ready to hit one. Down by 1. Last chance with 2 outs.
Get down to their final strike right here, and the pitch is high and outside, 1-2. Rose-Hulman wins. They'll go to 10-8 in the conference. That'll put them a game behind Franklin at 10-6.
And all but lock up.
That one's a little nubber toward the second baseman. Steps on the bag, and that'll do it. Big win for Rose-Hulman as they now snap that long losing streak. It was 18 in a row after losing the first game of the doubleheader earlier tonight, but they come back and get the win in game number 2. A huge win for the Fighting Engineers. Time for the Morales Group post-game show, building better futures one story at a time. Whether you're looking to start a new career or grow your team with exceptional talent, the Morales Group is here to help you succeed. And, well, no doubt about it, great doubleheader. Pitching was on top of everything here tonight, but that key base hit leading the way, that was Schnippel with a 2-run double in the 6th inning, made the difference in this one.
And if it weren't for that, we would still be playing, and maybe for the next half hour plus. So really a huge hit there from Schnippel. Her second of the day, counting the first game, and it could not have come at a better time with 2 runners on, and that's exactly what happens when you walk a leadoff runner or you let that leadoff hitter get on base like what happened sharp there, allowing Smith to reach on balls, and that's when you get runners on early with no outs or with just one out, it really sets up great chances. All you need is a base hit. She got it. She hammered one to right center field, and it scored the runner from second. I mean, that was everything that they needed and then some. Obviously, you tack on another. If they only scored one run in that inning, then we'd still be playing as well, because one gets tacked on here from MSJ. So that was huge from Schnippel to hit that one the way she did and the placement she did to allow the 2 runners to go across and win this game.
Rose-Hulman, 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error. Mount St. Joseph, 1 run, 7 hits, 1 error. Time to name the Piper Logistics Player of the Game. Piper Logistics, from warehousing to transportation, they deliver solutions that keep you on the move with efficiency and reliability. So who is our player of the game?
Players of the game.
Okay.
How about Kayla Schnippel, the first baseman? Not only made plenty of plays out there in the field, but what she did in that 6th inning to win this one, end up going ahead and then eventually win it for Rose-Hulman. That 2 RBI double, cleared the bases, everything that they needed hitting wise, and then pitching. You could not have asked for a better day from Warstall. She threw 116 pitches, just was out there the entire game. Her 8th complete game this season, 7 innings, just 7 hits, 1 run, and struck out 5. So you get, your, let's say, pitcher of the game and hitter of the game. It's going to be Warstall, the pitcher, and Schnippel, who had the 2 RBI double.
All right, there you have it, our co-players of the game. So Rose-Hulman splits the doubleheader, lost the first game 2-1 in 8, win the second game 2-1 in regulation. So again, keep an eye on the standings. Go to the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference website. You can check out all the standings right there. And don't forget, we have baseball tomorrow here on RHIT.TV, as Rose-Hulman will try to come back and get a win after losing earlier tonight to Transylvania. Doubleheader action beginning at 11 o'clock. For the entire crew, great job again tonight. We want to thank you for joining us. This has been Rose-Hulman Softball right here on RHIT.TV.